Can I speak? How's my sound?
Иришка, привет. Скажи пару слов.
Да, говорю. Как меня слышно?
Хорошо, ну что, тут какой-то фон есть? Которого обычно у тебя нет?
Сейчас проверим. Говорю. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять.
Может, ты просто близко? Я ничего-то не поняла по звуку.
Вроде нормально. Я записала, послушала.
Ну, хорошо.
Иришка, привет. А что ты в английском?
Dobrý deň, drahí priatelia.
Hello, dear friends. Welcome to the 30th episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts, The Mystery of Sacred Structures, Part 2. Throughout the whole history of humankind, people have built sacred buildings which have played an important role in the life of society. Unfortunately, knowledge about the true designation of these structures was lost. Today we will continue studying this interesting topic based on the facts and scientific research. Hello! In the first part of Kaleidoscope of Facts on January 13, 2023, we talked about underground cities, temples, physics of pyramidal shape, temples of the Templars, phantom viscosity, the unique pyramid device which has no analogues in the world, and also about the design features of the device, its enormous possibilities and experiments that have already been conducted. In this episode, there are a lot of interesting things to look forward to. For example, who brought religion into this world in the first place? What happens to a person in the temple? Why do magicians go to the temples? What is the difference between religion and magic? Also, what is the fundamental difference between the power of circles in the dark and in the light? And what is the connection between cities in Portugal and genetic experiments? Preparing for this episode, we have gathered the currently known facts, interviewed researchers, scientists, in order to understand what processes take place at the invisible energy level, how the physics of forms works, and what impact all this has directly on you and me. During the preparation for the Kaleidoscope of Facts, we relied on the knowledge from the books of Anastasia Novik and broadcasts and programs with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Today's episode is organized by volunteers from all over the world, and our live broadcast is streamed onto hundreds of streaming platforms with simultaneous interpretation into 19 languages. Nostradamus, the Templars, the cosmogonic myths of the peoples of the world. Why did they all attach such great importance to the egg-shaped form? Let's explore the topic together.
In 1555, in a remote corner of France, Nostradamus began to write a series of verses that later became known throughout the world. These were predictions of coming events hundreds of years before they occurred. Sitting alone at night in secret study, it is placed on the brass tripod. A slight flame comes out of emptiness and makes successful that which should not be believed in vain. The famous prophetic book of Nostradamus begins with these words. What kind of secret study is that, thanks to which Nostradamus was able to foresee the future and predict global events with great accuracy? Here is the description of the device that enhanced psychic abilities of Nostradamus. During his meditations, the famous 16th century predictor was inside a specially made, egg-shaped capsule, about 2 meters high. Its shell consisted of 3 layers, copper, brass and bronze, held together by a silver wire. The lower part of the egg was flat and set on the floor. The upper part was open. There was a chair inside, where Michael Nostradamus sat. There is information that Nostradamus did not invent this egg-shaped capsule himself, but he received its drawing from the Masons, whose member he was. A similar device was also known to the Templars. Let's figure out why specifically the egg-shaped form was used. What's so special about it?
As for the egg-shaped form, nature uses this form very extensively. I mean, living nature. So this is the form which probably has some kind of energy advantages. It can be used to concentrate the low potential energy that is in the surrounding space. Well, this form is convenient for the development of life and so on. I mean, a human being also develops in a kind of an egg-shaped form. We know birds lay eggs and so on, so it has a form that is convenient to nature. It is an invention of nature, but people should also use it.
Since ancient times, people have built egg-shaped structures to create a favorable indoor microclimate. In various parts of the world, we find traces of these ancient civilizations and their technologies. Italy, the town of Alberobello in the province of Bari, is world famous for its traditional trullo houses. The name comes from the Greek troulos, dome. These houses are of cylindrical form with cone-shaped roofs. In the Greek era, toulos were built, which often served as places of worship. Similar round constructions are found in Mesopotamia, the Mediterranean, Eastern Anatolia and the Caucasus, Cyprus, Spain, Scotland, Peru, Afghanistan, China and Iran. Cameroon, a musgum mud hut resembles the shape of beehives or shells. The walls of the houses are thicker at the base than at the top, making the building more stable. In cross-section, a musgum hut resembles the shape of a seashell. Yakutia, Urasa, is a type of an ancient Yakut summer dwelling, a cone-shaped hut made of poles and covered with birch bark. It is believed that the Urasa is the oldest form of Yakut dwellings. Turkey, village of Haran. If you look at the history of Haran domed houses, they were built from 150 to 200 years ago. Klokan, or hive hut, a dome-shaped stone hut, common in the southwest of Ireland. Very thick walls up to 1.5 meters were laid out dry, without binder solution. According to one version, these simple huts were built by monks who lived an ascetic life. Asia Minor, a beehive house, is a 4 to 5 meter tall, windowless, dome-roofed dwelling. The name comes from the resemblance of the shape to a beehive, which some species of wild bees or wasps make. The houses keep cool in summer and warm in winter due to their architectural structure. In hot countries, this is a good design solution. But how does it work? And how else could such a form be used?
In general, everything that humankind has ever invented or will invent almost certainly already has an analog somewhere in nature. The same is true of an egg-shaped form. All egg-shaped structures use the force of the vortex flow in one way or another, because the egg generates it. The fact that the formed vortex divides the egg currents into external warm and internal cold was known even to people in ancient times, and they knew how to use it, although they probably could not explain this phenomenon. Modern physics cannot explain it either, by the way. The cooling of air flows by separating the vortex flow, for instance, was known in ancient Persia. And in Iran, you can still find ancient refrigeration systems that preserve ice without any electricity. Moreover, we saw such a unit in the desert in Kashan of Iran when the heat was 40 degrees Celsius. It does not work now, of course, although it probably was in operation 50 years ago. It is called yakchol. In both Farsi and Persian, it means ice pit. Such traditional refrigerators were used 30-40 years ago. Now they exist only as historical monuments. In the actual, the main working agent was exactly the vortex. We already know that natural convection is created in an egg-shaped form, thanks to which two counterflows, a warm flow and a cold one, are constantly generated inside the actual. The cold flow descended to the lower part and cooled the ice that was there. It had been stuck there since winter. The warm air rose and escaped through a hole. Each actual had a special hole in the dome at the top.
What amazing opportunities lie in such a seemingly simple form. In 1862, an American, Thomas Wentworth Higginson, wrote, "If I were commanded under the threat of death to name nature's most perfect creation, I would risk my life and say, it is an egg."
It is no accident that nature chose the egg, or ovoid, as it is called scientifically, to generate the energy of creation and to create the genetic material. Because the egg is a real natural battery. It is so arranged geometrically that the life that is maturing inside it, when separate from mother, could attract enough life force from outside, from all the variety of special waves that are always there around us, including the main field for us, the gravitational field of the Earth. What does life force mean? We can define it as the ability to attract and hold a charge. The more charge-carrying waves a biological object can collect in one place, the more viable it is, the more alive it is.
It means that an egg-shaped form can attract energy from outside and accumulate it inside, which contributes to the formation of life.
There is always a vortex inside the egg. The famous Austrian visionary inventor Victor Schauberger, a genius who studied water, made his first water enrichment device in the form of an egg. He studied the natural geometry of various natural objects and used it to create amazing things. And because he thought of water as a living organism, he also believed that it had to be in constant motion in order to keep itself alive and viable. And the only form of container that provided such continuous internal whirling motion was an egg-shaped form, or an ovoid. But we know that past civilizations were also familiar with this property of the ovoid form, because they adapted it to store liquids or grains, or other loose materials. For example, the Greeks made egg-shaped clay amphoras for storing wine, water, or grain. And when archaeologists found one such amphora, which was more than 2,000 years old, it contained grain, and when they sowed it, it gave sprouts. That is, the vitality of the grain in such an egg-shaped amphora was preserved even through the centuries. The geometry of the egg actually reflects the geometry of the vortex. Those researchers who study vortex effects came to the conclusion that the geometric shape of a vortex, or tornado, is a hyperbolic funnel. What is a hyperbolic funnel? For those who have forgotten school mathematics, it is similar to an ordinary funnel, but it has a very smooth transition from the neck to the bell. It is by function y equals 1 over x. If you rotate this graph in three-dimensional space, you get just the shape of a hyperbolic funnel. And if you dissect the neck of this funnel, the section will be egg-shaped. And if it is cut higher, the egg will be sharper. Or if it is cut lower, the egg will be more round. In such a way, the egg is the shape which is the inverse of a hyperbolic vortex. That is, it is a vortex turned inside out. And Victor Schauberger was the first who said this. He studied hyperbolic vortices, and when he investigated different forms of natural vortices, he came to the conclusion that the ideal form for generating vortices was an egg. And thus, being like the brainchild of a vortex, the egg is the perfect container for creating its own internal vortex. It is the only hermetic form that generates vortex motion naturally.
The description of the initial connection of elements in the form of an egg is given in all the Puranas with the common epithet Haima or Hiranya, golden, as shown by the great Hindu scholar Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Hiranya rather means shining, radiant. Thus, it is not surprising that the image of the golden egg is found in the cosmogony of every nation on earth and is associated with the process of the origin of life. An egg entwined by a snake is a symbol of the cosmos, surrounded by the fiery creative spirit. It was known as the embodiment of the beginning of the being and was venerated for its shape and the mystery contained in it.
So the egg is a foretype of the universe we all know, the world that emerges from an egg. And in many mythological systems, including late historical and complex systems such as Buddhism, There is an image of the cosmic egg. In Hinduism, Shiva Nataraja activates the egg with his dance, and all of creation emerges from it. There's nothing new here. Yes, it is a foretype, something that everything emerged from. There was an egg, and then someone, usually a deity, broke it, and it all began. The development began.
Ancient Indian legend says that Brahma, the supreme deity of Hinduism, rides on the swan Kalahansa, dropping an egg into chaos, which turns into the universe. Brahma brings the golden egg, representing the great circle. The Vishnu Purana says that the egg of the primary creation was formed by Mahat, the universal mind, the cosmic principle of the power. We can draw an analogy with the ancient Egyptian Maat, the daughter of Ra, the co-creator. And the Lord of the universe himself abided in it, in the character of Brahma. In that egg, O Brahman, were the continents, and the seas and mountains, the planets and divisions of the universe, the gods, the demons, and mankind. Syrians, Persians, and Egyptians also had the symbol of the egg. In the Egyptian rites or the Book of the Dead, it is said that Seb, god of time and earth, laid the egg or the universe, the egg conceived in the hour of the Great One, who has dual power. Ra, like Brahma, is depicted growing in the egg of the universe. In Oedipus Aegyptiacus by Kircher, there is an illustration of a papyrus, which depicts an egg hovering above a mummy. This is a symbol of hope and the promise of the second birth. Another reflection of an egg is the winged sphere, which has the same meaning as the scarab, Hopiru, derived from the root Hopru, to become, to be born again, which refers to both human reincarnation and his spiritual rebirth. In ancient Egypt, an egg was dedicated to Isis and associated with celebrations in honor of the resurrected Osiris. Eggs painted in different colors were handed out to people during celebrations. They were hung as sacred symbols of rebirth in Egyptian temples. Painted eggs are also one of the essential attributes of Novruz, the Iranian New Year, because according to Zoroastrian beliefs, Ahura Mazda created the material world in the form of an egg. Christians fully accepted this symbol and see it as a reference to eternal life, salvation, and resurrection. As we can see, the cosmogonic myths reflect the ancient knowledge that the egg is an ideal form for the origin of life, because energy is distributed in it most evenly and harmoniously. We can also observe the image of the cosmic egg in the shape of cave temples.
In rocks for a small number of people. Firstly, it's hard to hollow it out. The work is most likely difficult and hard. Secondly, originally such structures were made for a small number of, I dare say, the initiated. That is, people who did not just come there to pray, but to perform their own and very sophisticated rituals. Because the egg, let me remind you again, is something that underlies creation itself. What happens to a person in egg-shaped temples is quite different from what happens in geometric-shaped ones, as far as I can judge. It's debatable, but such a temple has a peculiar and strong influence on people, of European cultures at least. A person tries as if to return to infancy. He tries to become part of some supreme forces. We are in the egg, so where are we? We are in something created not by us, which is the very basis. And in something from which the world or some organism will then grow. What organism? How do you know? And that very Shiva Nataraja is dancing and creating the world from the egg, Buddhist images of the cosmic egg. And here we are in the egg, meaning it turns out we are creating the world.
Throughout history we see that many civilizations used caves that were also egg-shaped. One striking example is underground temples in Malta. A total of 23 megalithic sanctuaries have been discovered there. It is believed that the world's oldest underground temple, or the hypogeum of Halsaflieni, was started to be built about 6,000 years ago. As time passed, the road to the temple had been lost, and the megalithic underground sanctuary was forgotten and abandoned until 1902. When local builders putting the city drains stumbled upon an enfilade of 34 mysterious egg-shaped caves going deep into the earth. The largest room in this dungeon was called the main chamber. It also has a very unusual egg-shaped form, and there are a lot of temples of such kind around the world.
Well, first of all, if we are talking about caves, the underground caves discovered by Semos Mnagic in Bosnia are clearly made egg-shaped, and they are man-made structures, it's obvious. They are said to be some kind of ancient workings or maybe some kind of remains of ancient civilizations, but they are clearly egg-shaped. Similar to this, there are huge cave cities, and when we were in Turkey, in Cappadocia, we went down into these cities and walked around. There are many corridors made in the shape of an egg, and it's clear why, because first of all, it's the most stable structure, meaning it is the most stable against all seismic factors, and secondly, it's energetically the most beneficial one.
The Templars also possessed the knowledge of the beneficial effects of this shape on humans, which is why the underground rock temples that they built had the shape of an egg.
Generally, the Templars were very mysterious guys, and they made a lot of efforts to make sure we knew as little about them as possible, colossal efforts. Those Templar temples that I observed in Britain and France, on the one hand, have a very clear irregular shape, geometrically correct. These are rectangles, and they are extremely simple and were often made without a dome. But in most cases, such temples have a crypt, that is, a secret place underneath the temple. But the Templars' crypts are in fact egg-shaped. This is a very interesting point. At least I can call two cases with absolute certainty: the Templar temple in London and the Templar temple in Lyon, France. These are two cases that I know personally. Perhaps there are some others. Crypts are not something hidden, they were actually shown. So it's not a secret thing. You go down a rather steep and very uncomfortable staircase, which you walk down thinking, I hope I don't break my neck, and the chamber below is small, 6 meters long, no more than that, and the floor we see nowadays is relatively flat, but it gives the impression that it has a board covering. In other words, earlier it used to be rounded too, and the upper part is clearly vaulted, with the shape of a pointed cone. I would say that is shaped like an egg. Why? It is also clear. This chamber evoked a very definite prayer state, different from the one in a rectangular-shaped temple or under a dome. But that chamber can't hold more than 10 or 15 people, even if you tried hard. So even if we take into account servants who might have helped during some rituals, there probably were about 5 or 6 people, no more than that, well, maybe even less.
Another example is the Château de Gisors in France, which belonged to the Templars for a long time. In the early 60s of the 20th century, the Minister of Culture, André Malraux, undertook a serious excavation of the Château de Gisors. Look what an interesting drawing of the castle has survived from those days. We see an amazingly shaped room, an egg-shaped room. That's what we are interested in. The place where the Templars performed their spiritual practices. Interestingly, a person's personal space resembles a blurred outline of an oval, as it was called in ancient times, egg or a fish bubble, which is larger in volume than the human body. A coincidence? Or is there a correlation? But which one? The shape of an egg is universal for the origin of life in it, providing a certain security. Thus, in egg-shaped caves, provided the walls are smooth, there is a resonant frequency that influences the neurons of the brain. It calms them. In other words, the connection with consciousness is weakened, but does not disappear. This gives a person an opportunity to get experience of contact with the spiritual world. But how a person will use this experience later? Either he will strengthen the connection of his personality with soul, or he won't engage in spiritual development, is his own choice. It means that egg-shaped temples could serve not only for group work, but also for conducting initiations. Let's look, for example, at ancient temples that were carved in rocks. They were egg-shaped as a rule. Why is it the shape of an egg? Well, many people understand this. Those who do not understand can look it up on the internet. As a rule, there were baths in the middle. They were shallow. They were filled with water, sometimes with certain decoctions, but that didn't matter. The water was to compensate for our weight. Those were shallow baths in which a person would lie. And resonance really played a certain role here. That is, it calmed down the work of a person's neurons to the extent that his personality became immune to consciousness, but at the same time didn't disconnect from it. In other words, transmission of information decreased, and Satan's power over personality was reduced. And for the first time, a person could feel himself as personality. For the first time, he could answer who he was, and then decide where he was and with whom he was. That was a tremendous value. In order for people not to spend years, decades, and an entire lifetime on finding themselves, they could actually get that answer within 40 minutes, could get this practice. That was really valuable. But that was only the initial moment, the initial impetus, while afterwards, whether a person held on to it or didn't hold on to it, continued to develop, or went back into slavery to Satan, that was already his choice. But for many people, it was a real help. And in this case, yes, let's say all these frequency resonances and everything else, all vibrational processes, can be useful. In the same way it was used by the Knights Templar and many others who, let's say, in the past. The knowledge of peoples of the world speaks of the development of life from an egg, the gradual development of an invisible embryo in a closed shell, the internal process without an outside interference, as a result of which an active something emerges from a hidden nothingness, and which requires nothing but heat. The gradual development of this embryo into a particular living being that breaks its shell and appears to the outer senses as a self-originated and self-created being. All this must have seemed a continuous miracle from the beginning. Due to such a description, we can draw an analogy with the way life originates in a person. Personality, having received the initial impulse, the initial experience of contact with the spiritual world, can make a conscious choice to remain in the illusion of this world, or to begin to develop as a spiritual being. The spiritual world, seeing the sincerity and aspiration of personality, helps a person, gives him inner strength, and, if I may say so, warms him with its warmth, wraps him with love. The process of maturation of personality is an inner process of gaining love, and when the spirit is ready, it merges with the soul and gains real freedom. The new spiritual being, an angel, is being born, but it all starts with the choice of a person himself. God created us without us, but He cannot save us without us.
Ano,
Yes, there is still so much unknown. The image of the egg is found in all cosmogonic myths of the peoples of the world. Very interesting. It turns out that all peoples in one form or another have preserved the knowledge of the force that gave birth to our universe. Artifacts, ancient constructions, and egg-shaped temples show this. It was a revelation to me how perfect the egg-shaped form is, despite its simplicity. Yes, Katerina, I totally agree with you. So we have seen that the charge and the energies in the ovoid form are distributed harmoniously and contribute both to the emergence of physical life and can contribute to the spiritual development of the person. But modern temples, for some reason, have a completely different structure. We will learn from the next speaker why this is so and how energy is distributed there.
The first part of our Kaleidoscope of Facts, we talked about how more than 6,000 years ago, people did not need temples to communicate with gods at all, because they knew that God was within a person, in their soul. People managed by natural landscape, a cave or a glade field where people gathered for spiritual practice was enough for them. With the loss of knowledge, they began to enclose the gates with palisade and later covered them with roof. When religions came to existence 6,000 years ago, they've started to build lavish temples. Where are the church like now? These are buildings of varying geometrical shape, which can be topped with domes, spires, or simply flat roof. The tradition of these forms comes from ancient times and includes knowledge that modern people have almost lost, often building such structures more in imitation of tradition without understanding the essence. I suggest to watch a fragment from the interview with Andrei Mikhailovich Bukovsky, Doctor of Philosophy, Professor, archaeologist, and historian.
When it comes to temples, of course, any priest, absolutely anyone, building a temple knew exactly what he was doing. He might not have calculated it himself in advance, I will do exactly that. He might have followed tradition, but did the tradition take it into account? Of course it did. We built the temple near a town or a village, in the center of a town or a village. It's round or rectangular, it's underground or on top. All of these factors had an absolute definite impact. Take the layout of the Christian temple, a cross-dome church. At the base is a cross. That is, two rectangles, above them a dome. That is, a combination of the same elementary geometric patterns. And what do we see at once? We enter what is man-made, and the more complex this man-made form is, the more interesting it is. Here are the transepts. That is, sections of the temple separated by columns. That's great, that's us who did it. But there's something round above us, a dome, the prototype of heaven. That is the combination of man-made and natural, given to us from above by higher powers. And these images are in the layout of all the temples known to mankind. Although sometimes, of course, there is no dome, like the cave temples of the Egyptians, for example, the cave temples of the Near East. There are only rectangular forms there, and there are no round ones. That in itself is very interesting. Man powerfully invades nature and says, I will transform you. He creates something transformed, non-natural. How comfortable is he in this space? That is the second question. Very often, a temple can be shaped like an oval. This is also quite a definite shape. which can be called an egg shape if you wish. In general, what I have seen with my own eyes is usually a combination of two forms, very typical of temple buildings, a square and a circle. Behind each of these forms, there is a certain meaning, intelligently speaking, semantics. That is the meaning of the object. And the archetypal basis of this is understandable. Anything with right angles, I mean sharp angles, is man-made. I create a square, thus I create something that does not exist in nature. If I see something round, moreover, more or less correctly shaped oval, it is most likely natural. After all, it is not for nothing that all cosmic bodies sooner or later become round, ball-shaped. This includes planets, asteroids and stars. They are spherical. That is why temples, let's say a basilica, and a small dome at one end, is something moving. A cross-domed temple or a pillar temple topped with a dome is static and calm. We are in a different image of the world. In this respect, Western temples are very curious. Where the dome section is shifted a bit, they are more dynamic, each to his own. I even like it. But there is a certain line. When the dome is very much shifted, there is a sensation of a quick and unstable movement. And then the feeling of communion with God disappears or weakens.
Thank you, Andrei Mihailovich. We talked about the influence of form on a person's energy. In the first part of the Kaleidoscope of Fact, the mystery of the shaped structure, the sacred structure. While searching for information, we have found some interesting experiments. They were carried out by Latvian researcher Vladimir Dorasi and Kalinina in the premise of the Institute of Physics of Salasepils. Using the Carrier method, they discovered how the shape of the form in which a person's finger is placed influence the flow of energies emanating from it. Photographs of the energy flow of a human finger show their outward direction, and it can be seen from the reference photo of just the human finger and the photo where the finger is placed inside the shape, that there is a significant loss of energy from the finger shape. Another series of experiments conducted with a square, a triangle, a rectangle, and a circle, where the finger was placed in interval of about 2 minutes, gave interesting results. The square, triangle, and rectangle appear to have quite strong influence on the human energy fields, as these fields gradually decrease and almost disappeared. The circle reduces the energy level of the finger to a small extent compared to the other shapes. Unfortunately, round architectural forms are not always used less frequently than forms shaped with flat surfaces. That is, modern architectural structures are based on squares and triangle and rectangle, and they are corners. And in the corners, as we saw from the experiment, the energy of the object enclosed by this form is lowered. That is, in the place where the corner is, they see a radiation decrease. But outside of the corner, there is a shape increase and drop. Through the corner, there is both a breakthrough of energy flow into the outer zone and flushing of flow along the edge. In another word, a zone of stress concentration is formed, which stimulates destruction and affects the space inside the building as well as the outside of it. And accordingly, this influence extends to the person as well. So we can conclude that modern architecture, for the most part, reduces the energy of people both outside and inside such spaces. Temples are placed for large gathering of different people and accordingly for the accumulation of great energy, although the energy is dispersed and therefore extinguish itself. In order to equalize the energy and synchronize all of those who are in the temple, chanting and reading of prayers have been used since ancient times. We offer to watch a fragment of the interview with the researcher engineer Alexei Peravich Minty.
There are many versions of using these menhirs, structures of a certain shape, temples, where, by the way, this mental energy, the radiation of a person, can be concentrated, amplified, and serve for the implementation of the cult. That is, we come there, tune in, and create a coherent environment, as a prayer is the creation of a coherent environment, when a person, even his heartbeat, is tuned to a certain rhythm. That is, we all start and the hearts beat synchronously, and this environment serves as a radiating factor. It's a torsion generator, and this is a structural amplifier. What is this for? In order to realize these tasks of cult, that is, the development of cult. There are temples everywhere for a reason, right? That is, when there is a religion, there is always a house of prayer, right? So we can achieve a connection with God without any of these constructions, right? But for some reason, we go to a temple, where a huge number of torsion generators are burning. They are candles. Somehow it serves as an additional amplifier. A lot of people gather there at a certain moment. A prayer is read, that is, we tune in to a certain wave, right? There is a sound influence on a person, which also kind of affects the internal state of an object. And we begin to correlate with each other, to form a common torsion generator. And a priest, as a steering body, as a steering object, controls this energy by communicating with someone. Let's call it that. We don't know with whom he communicates. We absolutely don't know. It's a big question, whether it's with God or with something else.
Thank you, Alexei Valerievich. As you said, a great deal of energy is released. So the question is, what happened to this energy and where did it go? Many churches are crowned with an onion-shaped metal dome, as we understand it, not by accident. When we were studying the topic of charge distribution on the spherical surface, including domes, we came across an electroforming machine. And when we began to study the principle of its operation, we unexpectedly discover an effect that violates the known law of physics. We suggest to see what we managed to find.
Hi friends, today I'd like to tell you about this thing which is on my table. It's called the influence machine, or to be more precise, the Wimshurst generator. We were shown it in physics class as an elementary generator that generates electricity. Now when I'm turning the handle of the influence machine, sparks jump between the contacts. In a nutshell, as we were explained at school, electricity is generated due to rotation. It releases in the releasers, accumulates in Leyden jars, and then there occurs a discharge. I deliberately started researching, reading the materials that are on the internet about the influence machine, and came to the conclusion that in fact, no one can clearly explain how it works and why it works. I think the most intelligible, not explanation, but the study was conducted in Sergei Kachan's research laboratory. He made 5 videos on the study of the influence machine, and they encountered such paradoxes. When the machine, again, when we rotate the disc, I'm now turning the handle clockwise. We hear a distinctive sound and a spark jumps between the contacts. If I turn it the other way, there is no spark, no smell, and the machine does not work at all. It's a kind of paradox, because logically the machine is supposed to work in both directions. But it doesn't. The question is, why doesn't it work? We can suppose that if we change these contacts of the brush, now they stand at the right angle, as you see. If we turn them around, the process will be reversed. It will work that way, but it won't work back. If we remove one of the spheres from here, you see there are spheres on the contacts, and put them together, it also refuses to work. Ozone is not produced. Complete silence. So again, the question is why? And the global question is, why do we need spheres here? Why can't we make regular contacts? These are very interesting questions, which don't have ambiguous answers. But that is not the point right now. Today, I would like to examine such an interesting property, or rather conduct an experiment that Sergei Kachan conducted. I was very interested in that experiment where they measured radiation. They were measuring radiation while the influence machine was working. The radiation levels exceeded the norm by 5, sometimes 10 times. This was the level of radiation, and it is actually impossible to explain. In Sergei Kachan's lab, the guys shrugged their shoulders and said, "We don't know why this is happening." This is in 40 seconds. The measurement was taken within 40 seconds. So in 40 seconds we've got 44 microsieverts. There's already like in the Chernobyl reactor. How's that? This is huge radiation, just huge. So it can be 2000 microröntgen. For those who know, 2000 microröntgen is a lot. For example, when my friends and I visited Chernobyl, driving past the 2000 microröntgen zone, my body felt it. Well, it seemed to me that way. My throat was scratchy and I even felt dizzy, so the radiation was quite high. They tried to measure radiation near working electrical devices, household and industrial ones, but the radiation level did not increase. I got curious whether this was true or not. I took a certified device, teradosimeter, to check whether there would really be increased radiation. Now it is 0.15. 0.15 is absolutely normal. The norm is 0.3. Now we see 16 microröntgen, so we start rotating. Put it in parallel. Ah, the sensor has picked it up. Now we see 1600, 1500 microröntgen, 1700 microröntgen, 1800 microröntgen, 1900, we see 2000 microröntgen, 2600, 2700. The exceeding of the norm is such that an atomic reactor is not a competitor. Since I became very interested in this, I asked a person who understands the primordial ALLATRA physics to explain to me how, because of what and why such a radiation occurs. I also read about certain things that interested me in ALLATRA physics, and owing to explanations from other people, and with the help of the knowledge that I got from ALLATRA physics, I'm now going to try to tell you what I've understood. So how does our material universe work? From the point of view of ALLATRA physics, our entire material world, our entire universe consists of the azoosmic grid. At this point I will say that there is no device existing now, a microscope or whatever, that could see it. This is, let's say, details and prerogatives of the microcosm, the level of which our modern science has not yet gotten to. Nevertheless, let us hypothetically suppose that this is the case. Let's suppose that there is a grid with tiny cells all around us. In each cell there is a stationary particle, and there is a septon field around this particle. According to the laws of physics, these particles are always in the middle of the cell, they cannot leave it. All matter that we see, including our body, energy, and atomic energy, consists of phantom particles. They are constantly moving, passing through the exosmic grid. Our body too passes through the exosmic grid. I mean everything material passes through the exosmic grid. So, now let's move specifically to the influence machine. When we start turning the handle of the influence machine, the disks start to accelerate phantom particles very rapidly. Due to the rotation of the dielectric disks, they have metal, aluminum plates on them. There is a massive movement of phantom particles through the exosmic cells. These phantom particles pass through the exosmic grid at a tremendous speed and in a massive flow. So what is happening? They excite the septum field of the stationary particle, and by inertia, not only they excite the septum field of the stationary particle, but they also capture it and actually knock it out of its cell. These highly charged septons, as it turns out, power septons, due to this impact, after they escape and start interacting with one another, produce this kind of radiation, of course because of the speed, because of the materials, and because of the tori. Due to the fact that it is a circle and it rotates in different directions, a kind of torus occurs, which excites the septum field of stationary particles. There is just enormous energy there, but it can only occur at a local point. We can see that when we are rotating, we measure this radiation only at the local point. And I want to point out that such radiation is quite high for such a small device. The radiation is 10 times higher than the norm. For general understanding, if we stay in such radiation for a couple of days, we will get quite a serious dose, after which most likely we will have to get treatment. This is again a theory, I'm not a doctor, I'm just theorizing. These septons, by their nature, quickly return to the orbit near a stationary particle. My friend gave me a very good associative example. Imagine a watermill, especially its part, a water wheel that rotates due to falling water, and this water wheel is rotating water and everything that comes along with this water. Imagine that we have crayfish caught along with water. Imagine that a crayfish got washed up on the bank. The crayfish would fall on the bank, the water would drip off, and what would the crayfish do? It would try to get into water as quickly as possible. That's how it works in this case too. Due to the rotation of this wheel, we get phantom particles impacting the septum field of stationary particles, and we knock them out. They jump out, give us energy, and return back quickly. This is what we see on the dosimeter. From my point of view, this peculiarity of work of the influence machine shows the real existence of the exosmic grid with its stationary and phantom particles. I will also tell you some information which is not verified, or rather partially verified, by other people. There is a community in Switzerland. They have existed for quite a long time. As far back as 20 years ago, a man named Baumann, I guess he was a watchmaker, made a generator based on the influence machine. And according to many accounts of people who were in this community, this machine has been working for 25 years, providing the entire community with sufficient amounts of electricity. By the way, they need a lot of electricity, because they work quite a lot. They have production areas, lathes, drilling machines, and all this is powered up. So the preliminary estimate of the total capacity consumed in this community was about 750 kilowatts. That's huge power. And they say, not just they, but those eyewitnesses who were in the community, that these machines provide the electricity they need. Of course, at first, when they invented it, it was small, about the same size as we have here, or like this attempt to assemble the influence machine on an electric motor. They were small, and now the dielectric wheels can reach up to 2 meters. Naturally, they are installed in separate rooms, and it's not advisable To be in these rooms for a long time, you can get a serious dose. But I'd like to add another interesting point I forgot to mention. There is a difference between this radiation and Chernobyl radiation, that is, from the radiation produced by a nuclear reactor. Here, we get energy due to stationary particles, due to the septon field excitation of stationary particles, and we get a lot of this energy. In the case of nuclear energy produced by nuclear reactors, it occurs due to the interaction of phantom particles. That's why it is long-lived, which is why 30 years after the explosion of the reactor in Chernobyl, we still see 2000 microröntgen there. This is a different kind of radiation, different kind of energy, because we excite specifically stationary particles and get enormous energy from that. But if you tell someone you can get 2000 microröntgen here, a normal person may think you're crazy, yet we can see that it's possible. This is why it is hard for traditional physics to explain such radiation, because if these particles settled on us and emitted, then it would be understandable and logical, but in this case it's completely incomprehensible. As long as we rotate, they exist. If we stop rotating, they don't exist. Kachan, at the end of his research, makes interesting conclusions. We have the impression that someone took a small part of the generator and showed it to us, maybe implying that Wimshurst, who was the first to show this machine in the early 1880s, he seems to have taken it as a part out of something bigger, out of somewhere, and actually the Statica confirms it, because based on this they really made a generator. Friends, during radiation measurements, we experimentally came to a very interesting conclusions. When there is a discharge on the discharge electrodes, that is, the machine generates electricity, the radiation is very high. Once we move the electrodes in different directions, I mean the machine doesn't give discharges, radiation disappears as well. Judging by this, we can assume, at least theoretically, that these are two interrelated phenomena. Thus, when the current is generated, the radiation is increased as well. In other words, phantom particles excite the septon field of stationary particles. This happens when the whole system works normally, meaning when two electrodes are brought together, electric current is produced. When they are apart, it's not produced. Look, now there is no, but as soon as there is a discharge on the electrodes, we automatically see 800 microröntgen, 1100 microröntgen. Tell me when to put them apart. Go ahead. Enough? A bit more? That's enough now. That's it? Put them more apart so that it can be seen on the screen. That's it. Now you can put them together. Put them together slowly. Friends, in my opinion, although I want to emphasize that I'm not a physicist and I have nothing to do with science, the work of the influence machine theoretically proves the existence of the aseismic grid, stationary particles and phantom particles. In other words, it confirms what is written in ALLATRA physics. I think that's what Tesla and the scientists before Einstein, those who spoke about the ether, meant. Let it be as a hypothesis, as a theory, but it seems to me that this hypothesis, this theory, has the right to exist in order to continue research, in order to further either confirm or disprove this theory. We can see that something is happening, we can actually check and see radiation. By the way, Sergei Kachan in his science lab says the same thing, that something's happening and it is very powerful. Something very powerful is happening. But what and why? We don't know, and ALLATRA physics is able to explain this. It's pretty much clear to us too why. I think a lot of discoveries will be made thanks to this machine, this radiation. I think at least it has something that is working at the moment in the Swiss community. It brings free electricity to all people. Why not? That's great. It can be done. If someone is interested, not for making money, but for actually providing people with a free source of energy, that's wonderful. In essence, electricity is a manifestation of the powers of Allat. We have the same thing. We have tremendous energy. The only problem is how to transform it. Because we've learned how to use visible matter. We've learned how to use exactly the phantom particles, creating an atom, creating cars, creating the electricity that goes through our wires. But unfortunately, we haven't yet learned how to use something bigger, something that the scientists in ancient times or Tesla had talked about. From the point of view of our orthodox, let's say, modern physics, it's difficult to explain this phenomenon, precisely because 2000 microrangens cannot possibly come from nothing. It's impossible. But it is possible if we, let's say, went with Sergei to Chernobyl, walked around the reactor for 2 days. These phantom particles, figuratively speaking, settled on us. And then, when passing the Didiatki checkpoint, they saw we were emitting radiation. That makes sense. It can be explained. But this, they are very short-lived. Mind you, when we were taking measurements, there's an excitation of this septon field in one location, and we see radiation. As soon as we stop rotating the wheel, the excitation stops. The particles quickly go back, and we don't see any of it anymore. That's it. I mean, it instantly stops and simply disappears as memento mori. In fact, I haven't heard of any successful experiment to assemble the statica. There is a lot of information that it supposedly exists, that people are trying to assemble it, but no one has assembled it yet. And those people who were in the community and saw it with their own eyes, and even physicists are said to have been there, they say, yes, it works, but they don't know how it works. And no one has been able to repeat this yet. Maybe someone has, but those who have succeeded keep quiet and don't show their results. I can assume they convert it with reverse Tesla coils and capacitors and eventually get something. There are a lot of schemes on the internet, but as practice shows, when you start to assemble something specifically according to these schemes, it doesn't work. There is an assumption that this is all done on purpose in order to lead people in the wrong direction. By the way, it's a very interesting observation that this way we steal from matter, because it turns out that at the expense of this excitation we get excess energy. I think that the question, why does it happen exactly this way, will be answered by future science, especially if it becomes interested in ALLATRA physics. I have casually and very superficially tried to figure it out, and I think it makes sense.
Really interesting discovery. As we say, something to think about. We propose to draw an analogy between the work of an electroforming machine and the work of the dome in the temple. The charge of the spheres of an electroforming machine is distributed evenly over the surface of the sphere, just as the charge is distributed on the surface of the metal dome of the temple. Similarly, with the electroforming machine, if we remove the discharged sphere, the machine will not work. It is the same with the metal dome of the temple. If we remove or replace them with wooden ones, and it will be impossible to achieve such an effect of concentration and outflow of energy. As in the case of an electroforming machine, it is also impossible to create conditions for the domes of the outflow of charge. On domes, it is done with the mean of a needle-like elongated structure from which the outflow of charge, the exit of energy occurs. Technologically complex and a large dome began to be built in ancient Rome. It is remarkable that the main dome of the Hagia Sophia, originally made of bricks, is now covered with the lead lining. It should be noted that almost all modern domes of temples are made of metals or covered with it. To concentrate and gather energy, the shape of domes play a major role. Let's watch a fragment of the interview with the experts on sacred geometry, inventor, lecturer, and researcher, Dan Winter.
You know, I noticed in the pictures you sent for the questionnaire, you showed pictures of the churches in Ukraine. And many of those churches, and we'll dig out those pictures, but many of those churches had the classic Eastern Orthodox Catholic, which are onion-shaped domes, which are very much kind of the opposite of the Western Roman Catholic, very needle-shaped, pointy dome towers. And we say, oh, well, why? This would be a way to think about building shape now. Now, I would go back in time to when we were advising a bunch of farmers who found out that after the communication company came to their farm and planted a metal tower on their farm for the communications grid, shortly after that, they realized that the soil all around that metal tower just died. And actually, it's similar to acupuncture moxibustion in that if you put sharp needles on an array, you will bleed the charge from one point, which can be therapeutic only if it's part of that array. Whereas an onion-shaped tower is more fractal and therefore more charge conserving and doesn't just squirt and bleed the charge. Now, if the location of the sharp needles itself fits a larger array, that could in itself create a larger body. Like why the Gothic cathedrals make a star map of Virgo, that is creating a body. However, if the sharp needle points are not part of a bigger array, then they're simply death to the soil. Oh dear. So in that sense, the onion-shaped dome of the Eastern churches are a lot more biologic than the sharp points. So this is the beginning of examples. And Michael Rice has a bunch of examples of egg-shaped natural material building where I personally have had many bliss experiences. So the experience fits the physics. So the land, the fractality of the land is designed to create a bubble of charge which needs to be alive. Now, if the arrangement of the stone temples fits a larger pattern, then that bubble can itself be a larger, longer wave body. However, when you put sharp-pointed towers up and it's not part of the pattern of a bigger body, the squirting capacitance at the peak of that tower is going to bleed. And that is going to weaken the life force of the land. So there are many that say that churches can be parasitic. And if you talk to the most advanced geobiologists on the planet, and I believe the Advanced Geobiology School in Lausanne, Stefan Cardino, goldenmean.info/geobiology, he said that many of the Western churches are, in fact, occupied by parasites. There's very large plasma parasites in most churches, which are actually big trouble. The spherical shape is more charge containing. So that would be it would stabilize the aura, it would hold it in place, it would not be as plasma projective. Now, if you add the layers on top, which is like the recursive onion domes that were added, and they were added in a geometric sequence that made it coherently plasma projective, that could be quite useful. It would very much depend on where that squirt gun was pointed. I would say one other thing, and that is the use of gold on that surface is actually incredibly powerful, because the thin film of gold, if the dome shape is even reasonably accurate, is an incredibly powerful implosive capacitor, because the thin film of gold under the right conditions can contribute to what's called a phase conjugate array. So the choice of gold there is actually potentially quite powerful. And we could, in fact, measure beautifully the capacitance under that dome and prove what I'm saying. It should be harmonic inclusive. So the theory would be that when they changed it to a half sphere, to a cascade of onion domes, the harmonics went from harmonic exclusive to more harmonic inclusive in a directional array that was actually coherent, was pointing meaningfully.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Winter. A crucial point you mentioned is the ability of an onion dome to concentrate energy much more efficiently than other domes. That raised the question, what does they concentrate it for? And where does that energy go? Interestingly, historians disagree about when onion domes first appeared, and more importantly, what was the pattern. The Brevis researcher said that this form could appear in the 12th or 13th century, but there is an hypothesis that this form of domes appeared much earlier, namely about 25,000 years ago. And it was inherited by humankind from the aliens who had occupied the earth and kept people in slavery for a long time. We will tell you more about this today and in the film Aliens Influence. This is also a subject of the program Code of the Apexians and Kaleidoscope of Facts, Code of Gods. What else would be interesting to reflect on is the topic of caves and catacombs. For example, in Kiev, Pretoshkolavra, and other monasteries were originally founded by monks who lived and worked on themselves in caves. And as we can see, that is where they reached holiness. The question arises, why now there are a lot of people and monks in temples and a few saints? It turns out that it is not the temples, but the people. What are temples for them? If in the caves, under the ground, people achieve spiritual liberation much more effectively. We will discuss this topic in more details in the third part of the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Mystery of the Sacred Structure, on March 13. Thank you for your attention, and I pass the floor to Marek. Marek will tell us what other instruments are used in temples to influence people and gather their power of attention. Thank you.
Ďakujem, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan. What you told us is really amazing information, and there is something to think about. It turns out that people come to temples for help, and instead may come out trained. But what is this energy that temples collect and accumulate? Let's look into it together. A human being is a source of all kinds of emissions and energies. This is confirmed by numerous studies and experiments. Back in the early 20th century, Vladimir Mikhailovich Bekhterev conducted studies that showed the possibility of interaction of living organisms with each other at a distance. But by what means did this interaction take place? His followers continued to study the subject, and in 1939, Sergei Yakovlevich Turligin wrote in his report on the study of the human nervous system the following: the above experiments leave us in no doubt about the presence of a certain radiation emanating from the human body. In the course of his research, Sergei Yakovlevich came to the conclusion that, according to some properties and parameters of the emission registered by him, differed from the electromagnetic one. For example, it didn't deviate in the electric field of the capacitor. A similar conclusion was reached by researchers Valery Valentinovich Muromtsev and Viktor Grigorovich Adamenko and academician Viktor Mikhailovich Kandyba. They believe that the radiation spectrum of the human body includes neutrino radiation. In their opinion, it is the presence of neutrino emissions that explain the ability of psychic energy to overcome over any distance and obstacles, both natural and artificially created. Interestingly, the American biochemist Albert Szent-Györgyi, Nobel laureate of physiology and medicine in 1937, also talked about charged particles that emit in living organisms. He outlined the principles of bioelectronics. Bioplasm, which is emitted by living organisms, is a source of enormous reserve of radiant energy, and the superconductivity of the channels creates ideal conditions not only for energy storage, but also for its transportation. All these works are extremely important because they establish the possibility of manipulating human energy. In confirmation of this, we can bring an experiment on telekinesis led by Professor Veniamin Noevich Pushkin. Alla Vinogradova, a worker of the Moscow's Research Institute, when focusing her attention, demonstrated the ability to induce a rather strong electrostatic charge on round objects lying on the surface of plexiglass with her biological radiation. In this case, the ionizing air radiation was manifested around the plexiglass as well as her hands. This experience once again shows that human attention is a real force. And as Jonathan told us before, it is the mental energy of people that is concentrated in temples and escapes into space through pointed shapes. Onion-shaped metal domes are particularly good at concentrating and emitting the energy. The structure of this shape serves as a good resonator. Using resonance, even very weak recurrent oscillations can be identified and amplified. An example of this is Fabry-Perot interferometer. It consists of two mirrors arranged in parallel and facing each other, between which a resonance-standing optical wave can be formed. A similar principle is used in a laser, when a system of two mirrors allows you to collect and focus a stream of photons into a single, narrow beam. Temple domes, especially metal ones, are similar to concave mirrors. They are able to focus and reflect waves of different frequencies, including human radiation, as well as to accumulate an electric charge on their surface. Scientists have established that the intensity of super-weak biphoton emission is a direct dependence on the psychophysiological state of the organism. During the study of microlepton fields of the onion-shaped dome form, scientists Anatoly Fyodorovich Khatrin and Grigory Fyodorovich Savelyev found that every constituent form of such a dome is a resonator of a certain frequency. Such structure is a multi-frequency generator of the form field. Being on the same axis, they affect people under this structure in a multi-frequency mode. Based on their findings, they determined that it is possible to use microleptonic fields in order to obtain unconventional energy sources not previously used in engineering, convert microleptonic energy into other known forms of energy, create new propulsion systems for vehicles, and transmit energy over long distances without wires. This is a direct evidence of the possibility of harnessing human energy. In what cases does energy release and transfer occur? It has been proven that any biosystem reacts to an external stimulus. This response can be amplification, attenuation, or accumulation of electromagnetic influences. And stimuli can be sounds, smells, light, images, and abundance of shiny objects. In the resonance frequency in the temple, the frequency is already set. Then people there will react and readjust to this frequency. A great role in this is played by choral singing or reading the prayers, that is, joint actions aimed at synchronizing all those present. The result is increased resonance and a powerful source of energy. Another factor that attracts people's attention and tunes them into a certain frequency is a visual factor. That is, when a person in the temple contemplates everything that is around, for example, icons, various statues, frescoes, signs, and symbols. Being at the temple, a person tones in prayer to the saints depicted on the icons, in the hope that they will help him to solve some personal problem. All attention is focused on this problem, and here she gives it to the image of the icon, asking for earthly things. In other words, a person concentrates his power or attention on a particular image. What happens to the energy with such concentration? Professor Viktor Mikhailovich Ilyushin of Kazakh University conducted the following experiment. The subjects had to concentrate and inspire themselves with certain feelings: warmth, peace, positive or negative emotions like joy, laughter, anxiety, sadness, or fear. The conducted research showed that the manifestation of mental activity has an external, distant influence, and also the chaotic character of registration of a signal at the person who have no experience of concentration of attention has been noted, and the particular change in optical activity of the sensor was recorded with persons engaged in active self-involvement. This shows how much power our attention has when we concentrate it. This experiment shows that if it is possible to register these signals, it is also possible to gather and use this energy. In order to gather the energy of attention, precious stones are used in temples and are often used to decorate icons in church utensils. And these stones have a crystalline structure, so they are able to collect energy and information. We will talk about crystals and their use in sacred structures in more detail in the third part of the Kaleidoscope of Facts on March 13th. So, what happens? A person in the temple, unaware of this, is an easy prey for those who skillfully manipulate their attention, directing it in the desired direction, focusing on the external luxury, the decoration of the temple, focusing on family and domestic issues, on the remembering of the deceased, and so on. And here, by the way, regarding people who have gone to the next world, too, it turns out that everything is not as simple as it seems at the first glance. It is not a secret that close relatives and friends are interconnected with one another on an invisible level. And when someone close to us dies, he or she often begins to visit us in our dreams and talk to us. Here we have absolutely no doubts about the fact that person continues to exist, but only in another plane, not yet accessible to us. And the Church informs us that in such cases we should always remember the dead, so that they may be comforted and feel good. One of these means which churches resort is the serve of memorial service, or to order prayer service, so that a priest mentions the name of the departed relative. And of course it is necessary to put a candle for the deceased. But it should be understood that when we do such things, we irrevocably send our life energy to the dead. And we also pay money for it. By the way, in order to earn money, a person must also invest his attention and time. In other words, money is the equivalent of our life energy. And these two important factors for each person are lost irrevocably. If we go deeper into the physics of the process, we understand that there is pure cheating. It's a scam. After all, the energy exchange between the living and the dead takes place. In order for it to take place, it is necessary to know the name and the image of the one who died. That is when we ask the priest to pray for the deceased for appeasement of his soul. It doesn't work because the priest, as a rule, does not know the person who died. He does know his image. Consequently, he has no address to deliver energy to the addressee. It is also surprising that secular people are often buried in temples. After all, if a person hasn't worked on himself, he becomes a subpersonality after his physical body dies. And this means that his body will be the place to which he or she as a subpersonality will return from time to time and negatively influence those who are alive. Therefore, it is unclear why in temples where people pray and open up to God, there is something that will steal their life force. But I would like to note that this is important to confuse imperishable relics of saints and of ordinary people. The relics of saints can contribute to a spiritual surge in a person. It is important to remember that God is within a person's soul and inside, and everyone who wants to communicate directly with the spiritual world can do it with a feeling of love. But unfortunately, in most temples, there are burials of secular people, ordinary people, and there are many such temples all over the world. Here are just a few examples, and to begin with, St. Michael's Church in Dublin. St. Michael's Church is still the parish church on the northern side of leafy Ireland. Now, we see on the screen what it looks like inside. The church is also known for its vaults, which contain a number of mummified remains. In 1682, Thomas Taylor, the first Marquis of Edward, was buried. It was also the burial place of Fielding family and many others. The cellars of St. Michael's Cathedral contain many mummified remains. Among the surviving remains are the 400-year-old body of a nun, a man 6.5 feet tall who was reputedly a crusader, and a body with severed feet and right arm, and the Shire brothers Henry and John who participated in the rebellion of 1798. Various holders of the title of Earl of Leitrim were also buried here. Among the bodies in the first corridor are the carelessly stacked coffins of the Earls of Leitrim. And in these photos we see the symmetry. In this photo we see the symmetry adjacent to the source. The question arises, if we are building the temple of God, why do we bury people in it? And those people who have nothing to do with religion, do we go to the temple of God or do we go to the cemetery? And here is another example. The world-famous Sagrada Familia, Basilica of the Holy Family in Barcelona, Spain. So, if I'll tell you, if it's not an ordinary basilica, and moreover also has a grave of the man who built it, the architect Antoni Gaudí, while he was still alive, he decided for himself this question unambiguously. Of course, he wants to be buried in the basilica, to which he devoted 43 years of his life, and an inconceivable amount of titanic work. It is interesting that José María Bacabella, the initiator of the project, is also buried there, in the chapel of Saint Christ in the Sagrada Familia, chapel of Saint Christ. By the way, the first masses in the crypt of the basilica have been celebrated since 1885. To this day, the Sagrada Familia attracts a huge number of tourists who come from far and wide to visit the treasure of Barcelona. Can you imagine the enormous amount of attention that flocks there? And so who benefits from this all? And here is another example. This is the biggest cathedral in Ireland, St. Patrick Cathedral in Dublin. It was founded in 1191 and as a Roman Catholic cathedral, and is now the national cathedral of the Church of Ireland. The cathedral is now the site of many public national ceremonies, and every November a day of commemoration is celebrated there. In these photos, we can see what the cathedral looks like inside. The cathedral's official website has information that surprised me. It says that the dean and chapter of St. Patrick Cathedral are happy to allow the cathedral to be used for evening events, dinners, cocktail receptions, musical performances, and more. But here I immediately have a question. Do we build temples to come there to, to hang out, to eat and drink? Plus, there are more than 500 people buried there, both under the cathedral floor and in the cemetery outside. These include Catholic archbishops, their wives and children, barons, dukes, and so on. In the picture we see the cemetery adjacent to the cathedral. There are studies conducted by, for example, Professor Konstantin Korotkov, who at one time made measurements of energy in cemeteries. During his research, it was found that the energy in the cemeteries is negative and destructive to humans. We can list such churches and cathedrals, such burials for a long time. But just imagine, if you come to such a cathedral for a prayer service, or a mass, liturgy, or even if you just came there as for a tour, which also often happens, the reaction to visiting such places can be different. The first is a loss of energy, which is understandable, or you can feel euphoria, joy, or just a state of such, cheerfulness. It's a very interesting point. Why does this happen? When a person opens up, he or she enters into resonance with the egregor of this place. Just exactly in such a moment, his life energy is, drained from the person. In other words, a person suffers a very strong damage on the energy level, and the body perceives this as a great trauma. And then the compensatory mechanism that provides for the release of the endorphins kick in. So endorphins are the hormones of happiness and joy. They are produced in the neurons of the brain and have the ability to reduce pain similar to opiates and influence the emotional states of a person. The body compensates for the energy trauma it has received by releasing these joy hormones, so it doesn't, hurt or die. So it doesn't hurt to die. By receiving such a dose of endorphins, a person begins to experience happiness and be in cheerful, elevated mood. Therefore, friends, it is very important for us to know about such phenomena and what is really going on. Knowing the truth, we can protect ourselves and our loved ones. Thank you for attention. I give the floor to the hosts.
Thank you for our speakers. Very interesting information was just mentioned. Often, when I travel to different countries, I go to temples. I used to think that any temple is God's house, and only there I can feel Him better. But the truth is that quite often I left the temple devastated. Now I have the answer to why that was the case. I agree with you, Katerina. Now, how much useful information we have heard. It was also very important for me as a believer to know that kind of energy exchange takes place in the temple. This information radically changes one's attitude to taking part in church ceremonies. Yes, Monica. And as it turns out, the shape of the temple is very important. It came as a shock to me to realize that certain geometric shapes of buildings can draw energy out of us. And I think that most of the believers have no idea what is really happening to them in temples. But it is likely that those who originally acted as architects of such structures knew what they were building and why. Yes, just in his speech, Jonathan touched on the subject of those who brought religion into the world and who were the initiators of building temples with a square base and a bulbous metal dome. For a better understanding, let's watch a video.
Another expedition is over. This is the first time we've had so many results. In this world, everything is not at all as it seems to us. Things have finally fallen into place. It's not for nothing that I spent so much energy on this trip. Thanks to my school teacher of history, Petrovna Archeologovna, as we've called her back then. For her pep talk at graduation, everything happened that way with her light hand, the history department, as I planned. And already in the second year, there was serious work on excavations. Yes, the first expedition, as the first lesson in school, will never be forgotten, thanks to Petrovna. Now I can no longer live without it all. Just think of it. I didn't want to go. I thought, that's it. I had had enough. Thank God, Sergei supported me. Thanks to him, I should call him when I return and share this incredible insight. It will certainly turn his whole work on religions, and his whole life, I guess. El Toro. I still can't believe what we saw there. Everything I've previously studied has completely changed its meaning now. Our whole history is some kind of a monstrous deception. Sergei, hey buddy, yeah, I'm back. Can you come over? There's some news on your subject. Yeah. Better now. I'm just passing through. I'm leaving tomorrow. Right now. Yes. Yes. I'll be waiting.
Well, Mishka has arrived. He's been halfway around the world already. He's strange. No family. No home. He always wanders around the world, looking for something. Yeah. We dreamed of expeditions together in high school. I changed my dream, became an armchair scholar. digging into religions. And he managed to do it. What had he dug up if he made me come all the way across the town in the middle of the night? I'm very curious. Whoa, I'm all ears. I've seen enough pictures. What is it this time? Judging by your look, it's something special.
When will you present me with your book?
Soon. It's already in print.
Good news. I'm waiting for it with an autograph.
For sure. Is that why you dragged me out of bed in the middle of the night?
Don't hurry. This is a serious issue. I'm going to break your ideological and historical foundation.
Wow. What you're going to shatter. My throat is dry from such a start.
Get ready.
So?
Have you seen this?
Have you found a treasure?
That's exactly the treasure. Have a look. Have a look.
I don't see anything.
Squint your eyes.
Yeah, looks like some kind of freak's head.
Check on the internet. You can see it better there. Remember this image. Today, it will be of use to us.
And what does that mean?
Let's go another way. Have you wondered why ancient architects put domes on temples?
Go on.
Just think. 1,000 years ago, there were no tower cranes, and the dome is not a simple structure. Why create complications to oneself at high altitude? Why not make a flat roof, or at least a conical roof, and feel fine? What difference does it make where to pray to God?
So that's what you mean. Of course I've thought about it. There are different theories, but you obviously have a special explanation, otherwise you wouldn't have asked.
A lot of people come to the temple for services. They sync up together at the pastor's words, right?
Right.
And this crowd simultaneously directs the energy of their aspirations to God. And where is God, according to modern dogmas?
For believers, God is on the clouds of heaven, somewhere up there.
That's exactly the point.
Do you mean temples collect the energy of believers?
Notice, you've said that yourself.
You seem to be coming at it from very far away. Tell me straight what you found.
Okay, listen. We have studied many stones with very strange drawings. Found in the vicinity of El Toro Hill. The first unique finds on this hill were discovered about 60 to 80 years ago in ancient burials and rock caves. They were discovered not by archaeologists, but by local, kind of, farmers.
Black diggers.
Call them what you want. People make a living as they can. It's difficult there. Actually, it's a risky activity. To get into the cave, you have to go down through a very narrow, long manhole. Not everyone would dare to do it in those conditions. It is hot. There is almost nothing to breathe. There can be no rains in years.
Why don't archaeologists dig?
Another question is, why the officials bypass this topic? All artifacts were found by unauthorized excavations, and their exact number is not known. Local researchers estimate that there may be between 3,000 and 5,000 pieces. Have a look.
Very strange images. Can you show more?
Yes.
This is surgical operations, sacrifices, UFOs, a wild mixture. You mean if it's real, the officials couldn't have ignored it?
Yes.
So maybe this is really a remake to attract tourists. Everything is very plausibly depicted.
Carbon analysis showed that the stones are real artifacts. They are made of jasper, steatite, nephrite, and lapis lazuli on a very high technological level. There are researchers among us who have been doing this for a long time and have wondered why many nations have developed a cult of deformed heads. And they say directly that El Toro is the base of aliens and link this cult to imitation of egg-headed gods.
This is where we go from hypothesis to reality, if I get you right.
Hold on, it will be up soon. There is a very interesting picture. All the artifacts somehow related to the unclear alien beings are within a radius of about 100 kilometers from the hill. It gives the impression that some kind of civilization center existed here several thousand years ago. Have a look. What will you say to that?
Is this what you think a civilization center looks like? There's a lot of questions so far.
Hang on. The answers will come soon. We'll go over your field too.
Are you hinting at religions?
Yes, but we'll talk about that later. Look, this is not a single scene. And here. Do you remember the Old Testament?
The sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they choose.
Yes, exactly. Only, it is said about the time of Atlantis. Genetic experiments were conducted back then too, which resulted in the current human races.
What do you mean too? Do you mean the Apexians did genetic experiments to crossbreed two different species, human and reptiloid?
Exactly. El Toro stones show even such details as the birth of half-breeds from Earth mothers. Here it is. Have a look.
It turns out that the love for genetic experiments is present at every new round of development of human civilization, which is why the question of the Nephilims is still haunting many researchers to this day.
The subject is yours. There's plenty of that kind now. Someone even managed to draw icons on the internet.
Right. My mother-in-law gave my son a t-shirt with such a handsome face on it. My son likes it. But I'm not mad at her. She has her right.
Like this.
Yes.
Someone is deliberately opening the Overton window.
You know my attitude to this question, but I have to say that the subject of UFOs has never been closed in the history that we can see. Let's take the same medieval painting. Let me hold the steering wheel. Here, have a look.
We may not dig so deep. On the internet, there are plenty of images of coins with creatures similar to those from the El Toro stones. These coins bear the dates of the 1930s, which is exactly the time when the Vril Society existed in Nazi Germany, whose members, as the same Goodrich Clark writes, were in active contact with aliens and allegedly even received designs for flying saucers from them. The authenticity of these coins is out of the question, but I will repeat my thesis. Someone is vigorously promoting this topic.
From the Vatican, we often hear a lot of very strange statements on this issue, that they are ready to admit aliens into the church even tomorrow. Jose Funes, a 45-year-old Jesuit priest, who is head of the Vatican Observatory and a scientific advisor to Pope Benedict, claimed in an interview with Reuters that the human race could be the lost sheep of the universe and called aliens brothers. But I don't understand where you're going with this.
We're getting closer. Let me get you some boiling water.
You know, I'm beginning to get a taste for it.
By the way, continuing the theme of the Pope, his vestment is something special. I'll take another stone out of your ideological foundation.
Well, give it a try.
His vestment depicts the Tarapaca geoglyph from the Atacama Desert. Doesn't it remind you of anything?
Of demons on artifacts from El Toro Hill?
Yes. Do you understand?
Not yet, but the mere fact that there's an alien on the high priest's clothes says a lot. I can't even imagine what it means yet. Obviously, for a figure of such a level as the Pope, there are no accidents in the clothing, signs and symbols which adorn them.
You're going the right way, comrade scientist. Soon, you'll get this picture in all its glory. What is the central religious rite in all Christian churches?
The Eucharist. A person is given bread, the flesh of Christ, and the red wine, his blood. The important thing is not that the person eats and drinks that. The important point is that he consciously sets himself up to eat the flesh of Christ and drink his blood.
Eating the flesh and drinking the blood of Christ. Where does that come from?
The rite of the Eucharist itself was supposedly by the priest of God Melchizedek, king of Salem, who brought out bread and wine, blessed it and said, "Blessed be Abram by the God Most High, creator of heaven and earth." The crucifixion is referred to the sacrifice of Isaac, whom Abraham must have offered to God. But God took pity and replaced Isaac with a lamb. Christianity made Christ into this sacrificial lamb. He allegedly came to earth only to be crucified. In this direction, modern humankind has gone to extremes. I have seen a toy on the internet which is called "Crucify Jesus Yourself." You can check it.
Total dehumanization. This is another stroke to the picture I want to present to you today. Let's get back to the topic. So, we trace two thoughts, blood sacrifice and eating of flesh. We found the first one in the origins of the Jewish faith. And as for the second one, we will have to do a little circle. As you know, the voodoo religion is popular in Latin America. The blackest voodoo ritual is to eat the flesh of your defeated enemy and drink his blood in order to gain his power. There are many rituals of such kind around the world, and not just by voodoo. Have a look.
If you look at it from the outside, it looks very savagery. Christ said, "No longer do I call you servants, for the servant knoweth not what his Lord doeth, but I have called you friends." And every Sunday, a great number of people all over the world eat the flesh of the one who called them friends, even if symbolically. We know from the words of Christ that everyone that looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. That is, Christ equates what a man does in thought with an actual event.
It's true. But the question is, someone implanted in people's minds that by eating the flesh of Jesus and drinking his blood, people will become partakers of the divine nature. And why did he implant this idea?
It is well known that this custom comes from the primitive tribes.
Let's not hurry and gradually move back in time. Let's turn to the Telleriano Remensis Codex. You probably know these are Spanish commentaries done in the 16th century on Indian drawings going back to pre-Hispanic pictographic texts.
I've heard of this book.
There's a remarkable fragment there. I'll quote, "It was the way in which blood was sacrificed from the tongue and the ears and the sides and the feet and the shameful parts. Only chief priests did it, and they were black with gum, because it is the sacrifice was at night. They needed fire, which they never put out, unless it should always burn in the temples, where they always had blades and pipes and shells, in which they had incense. And although they sacrificed children in the temples, not all became the object of sacrifice, but only the most important among the people. And in a certain place of the temple, in which the priests offered sacrifices, they placed a tunic similar to our items of painted leather. All this is known with certainty, and it is certain that these people came from Judah, because all their rites in this chapter are almost the same as in the text of the book of Leviticus."
Wow. Where is Mexico? And where is Judea?
And now, a little distraction. But as you'll see later, that too will be a touch in our big picture.
I'm impatient, dear artist.
Look at this map. This is the county of Coimbra in Portugal.
A map. What could be interesting about it? It's just the countryside, gardens, vineyards. There is a small town here. Something like that.
That's right. And now I'm going to translate the names of these villages for you. Hold on to your chair. Rotorta, Alem de Agua, Embryo Vault, Embryo Keeper, a River of Genes, a Jewish port, embryos, fused embryos, chimeric embryos, young couple, menagerie, beastery, breeding nursery. Druk in Latin is genista, and genista in Portuguese is genius. And here's another noteworthy area, 40 kilometers from Lisbon. Negro embryos, sheep embryos, zebra embryos, our mistress, Our Lady so-called of embryos.
Pour me some more boiling water. I need to take a break and think it over.
The kettle's already cold. I'll put it on warm. How is it?
It's amazing. How can it be? The villages I looked at have these names for 300, 500 years. But who knows how old they are in reality?
That's what I mean.
You know, I'm beginning to like this infusion.
It's going to be a lot more than that.
I definitely like it. It seems to have settled down. Let's move on.
Now look at this drawing from the Borgia Codex, in which the god of the south side, rain, thunder, and fire, Tlaloc, and the goddess of living water, Chalchutulikwe, create a human being from two kinds of chromosomes.
Now you can say fantastic.
As you can see, genetics is not a modern science. It was well known in ancient times, and not just known, but widely used in practice. But it is not a tale yet, brother. The major story lies ahead.
Yes. I see. I didn't come for nothing. Go on.
There's only one step left, and you'll see the whole picture. For me, that step was one program. I've been following this channel for a long time, and I can say everything they say is confirmed, but you can see for yourself. Here's an excerpt from that program.
Igor Mikhailovich, why did they use such a method? Why exactly the establishment of religion? What for?
All right, let's consider it. Let's consider a planet, doesn't matter which one, has been colonized. There are intelligent beings there. However, those beings are not only spiritualized, they are also soul-filled. Hence, they are a source of ALLAT.
What has to be ensured so that they pass on anti-allot to the Apexians? Because you and I also discussed
In the previous video, yes.
in the previous video that it is the most valuable currency in the universe. In fact, this is true, friends. There is nothing more valuable. And for people to voluntarily give it away, something has to be invented, where people get emotional and gather together. Shows, sports events,
Yes, exactly.
some concerts. You won't arrange them every day. Is that logical?
It is.
In order to agitate the crowd.
Yes, sort of massively.
Moreover, it becomes boring and doesn't provoke such emotions if you watch it every day at home. Again, a person watches a concert, comes home, and doesn't feed the Apexians anymore, right? Yet a human was supposed to generate anti-allot all the time and invest his attention or pass it on to their treasury. And in order for him to do that, they had to invent something that would make him give it away all the time, like a cow gives away milk 2 or 3 times a day.
Voluntarily, and so that he would want to do that.
Well, in this case, there is a Homo sapiens, and he should do that voluntarily. Yes, he may be held under fear and emotions, but any fear becomes boring, and eventually, if you scare a person too much, he will stop being afraid and will put up with it. He will again stop giving his attention. So what is necessary? Well, considering the level of their development, the Apexians had already colonized millions and millions of planets by that time. And naturally, they had developed methods of working with humanoids like us, right? So they took the simplest option. They elevated themselves to the rank of gods, established a religion, and obliged everyone to pray to them. And not just to pray, but to assiduously pray several times a day and to attend temples every week. Again, we can see domed temples dating back to those times, right? Megaliths and many other structures that have remained since those times.
Why do those structures have such a shape?
Well, that's physics. It is banal physics. Therefore, many people know and understand that. But the thing is that the structures have remained in that shape to this day. We sort of transmit energy, while the structure collects and passes it on. This way, it is easier, and less is lost. Again, those very antennas and many other things. So what else did they introduce in those religions? It is natural that they cannot lead people to God, as we have already said, but they didn't have such an objective. The main thing for them is that people would give their attention that they pay. That is why those who prayed more diligently and were more faithful to them, and other people noticed that, the Apexians exalted those individuals above others. They made their lives better, richer, more dignified, and put them in command of other people. Later on, as far as I remember, approximately in the middle of the 25th millennium, the Apexians already introduced a priestly class of people, and thus made them intermediaries between themselves and people. Then people began to perform rituals, sacrificial rituals. As everyone already knows, those who are keen on this subject, the Apexians consumed people, not only mentally, taking our attention, but also in reality. That is, a human was a delicacy for them, so they sacrificed humans as well. That's how it went on. However, those who gave themselves, let's say, in the service of the Apexians became priests and rulers over nations, and everyone saw that God gives. That gods actually give people wealth, good life, and health. And taking into account the level of their development, they could easily see those who were against, who were indignant, who doubted, and they punished such people, again, publicly. Does it mean gods also punish? They not only exalt, but also...
The punishing gods.
Of course, they also punish.
This is so interesting. It turns out that there are certainly echoes of that to this day.
For sure.
Because there is a God who gives you material benefits. This is God's special favor if you are faithful to Him, if you are God-fearing. In the same way, a lot of people wonder, why is God actually loving, but He is also fierce, indignant, and angry? Why is it so? And here are the echoes of that.
It originated from those times. So,
There are different kinds of beings in this universe.
But they all fall into two groups: those who have the ability to receive power from outside the material universe, and those who do not have that ability.
Are the first ones us?
Yes, the beings who have soul receive the power directly from God. All others have to take it away. Therefore, we, humans who have such a value as soul during our life, are of interest to all soulless creatures of the universe. It was by such creatures, the Apexians, that our planet was taken over earlier 25,000 years ago.
And now, where are they?
The circus is gone, but the clowns remain.
What do you mean?
The Apexians were expelled from Earth by the highest humanoid race in the universe, the Anunnaki. At the request of humans, the Apexians were driven away, but the story of gathering the power of attention did not end 24,000 years ago. The era of Atlantis began. Supreme ruler El used the Apexians' legacy to gain total power over mankind. He became the sole ruler of the earth, and his son Yahweh, using the Apexian genes, created the Jewish people. It was the Jews who became the first priests of modern humanity, appointing themselves mediators between gods and men. They continued the Apexian tradition of harvesting life energy. Since then, humanity has been used in the dark through the system of religions. After all, religion teaches us to ask for material goods from God and to direct our requests outward. When people do this, they burn up the power they should be directing toward their own salvation. Do you remember what Christ said about where to turn your prayer?
The kingdom of God is within you.
Exactly. Do you understand now?
I see that the puzzle is really beginning to take shape. Now I understand why domes were needed in temples. Because thanks to their shape, they accumulate energy and transmit it. But in order for the letter to reach the addressee, you need a name and an image, don't you?
Right. I think this is what those who wear images of soulless creatures on their clothes and paint their portraits on the world's most mass-produced currency are preparing us for. Mankind may be offered new images of saints like the ones we have seen today in the near future.
What a story.
Yes.
Wait. With the robbers of the force in the universe, I understand. But what about us? What is our role? Our task? What are we given the power for that the aliens are chasing?
Finally, this is the most important thing I called you for. Now you know almost everything. All that's left is to put a shine on our canvas of reality. What is happening now on Earth is only possible when people do not know why they are given this priceless power. Only under these conditions can it be taken away from people, because if they know what it is and why, they will be very, very careful with their attention. The power given to them by God. And attention is a projection in our world of the power that comes from the world of God through our souls.
What is it? What is it for?
That's what all religions talk about. Yes, yes. If they didn't have it in them, it would be impossible to lure billions there. But the grains of knowledge are hidden in the mountains of chaff, and only those truly devoted to God can find them. After the prophets left the world, there were very few such people left, as you understand. That's why our world is on the brink of death. Cataclysms are getting stronger every day, but we still have a chance. That is why I'm talking with you and called you in the middle of the night. Our world was created for the sole purpose, so that people like you and me could enter the world of God through the doors of the soul during their lifetime. That's it. There is no other meaning or purpose for this universe.
And if someone didn't come through the doors, what then?
Then after the death of the body, he becomes a subpersonality, a parasite on a soul. And just like the Apexians, only from the invisible world, it steals the living person's life energy if a person didn't go through the doors of the soul while living in the body. He has only one reason to exist: to gobble up someone else's power of attention. When he does not eat, he has a terrible hunger. Such a former person, a subpersonality, can never come to God. He loses forever this most unique chance, which is given only once. That's the point of everything.
You know, I think I'll go. It's too much for me. Misha. Misha, I got it. Listen. Listen. I've been studying religions all my life and I've never seen this. A man is like a fallen leaf if he doesn't know why he came into this world. The wind carries him wherever it wants. And then he becomes ashes. And that's it. And it gets swept out of the way like rubbish. Simple as that. But how simple it turned out to be. Just go through the doors of the soul and that's it. That's it. That's all the meaning I've been looking for as long as I can remember myself. I know that now. So it's my duty to go through those doors. And also to let everyone else know about this simple meaning. It's already changed me. It will change the world. Thank you. Take care.
For me, as a believer, the development of our civilization has always been associated with the birth of Christ. On one hand, it is an important and memorable date, but on the other hand, as I understand it now, there is a constraint in the minds of believers. After all, as we can see, the history of human civilization is much older and goes back tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of years. And it is good that artifacts have survived to this day that testify to the real events of our history. You know, Katerina, it came as a shock to me to realize that religions are the heritage of the Apexians. And the goal of the Apexians from the beginning was not to bring people to God, but to provide themselves with a constant influx of the power of rule through the voluntary worship of people. This was all made possible by people's ignorance of how to come to God and ignorance of the real laws of physics. It no longer seems so strange now that God and physics are connected. One of proof is that of the following speech. Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Monica, for giving me the floor. Welcome, dear viewers. As we continue to explore the topic of sacred structures, we constantly encounter the topic of sound. This includes resonant frequencies in the pyramids, in egg-shaped temples, in chants and prayers, and in the sound of the bell. While researching this subject, we talked to various experts. Director of Italmas Bell Factory, Shuvalov Nikolai Alexandrovich, told us interesting facts about bells. In particular, it was said that the sound produced by the bell is dispersed in space in the form of a cross. Nikolai Alexandrovich also noted that bells can produce some sounds inaudible for a human. I suggest watching a fragment of interview with him.
Yes, indeed. There is such a thing as the effect of sound on people, because a bell emits both low frequencies and high ones, infrasound, which a person cannot hear, and ultrasound, which a person cannot hear as well. Once experts from Belarusian University came to me and decided to find ultrasound. I thought, blessed, scientists have arrived. I said, why do we need it? We can't hear it. I just turned around, walked away and thought to myself, well, study if you want. Sometime later they ran up to me and said, here we found ultrasound in your bells. There's ultrasound in ancient bells, but for some reason there isn't any in modern bells anymore. They said that not even all ancient bells have ultrasound, although most have it, and modern bells don't. And we found it in your bells. What does that mean? What does ultrasound do? We can't hear it, but there is an effect, a very serious effect. What frequency affects humans? Over 25,000 Hz. This frequency can already be tested somehow. Why did they used to make such big bells? The bigger the bell, the lower it sounds. That's where the infrasound comes in. It is also an inaudible sound, but somehow human can feel it.
Thank you for an interesting fact, Nikolai Alexandrovich. In the interview, you touched upon the subject of ultrasound. Ultrasound can have both destructive and a positive effects on the human body. For example, in medicine, it is used for diagnostic purposes and as a tool for treatment. Ultrasound has anti-inflammatory and resolving effects, and analgesic, meaning like pain-relieving effect, and a cavitation effect, which enhances the permeability of the skin. The influence of sound on biological objects is being studied quite intensively by many scientists and research institutes. The effects of sound on humans can be both beneficial and destructive. For example, medical scientist David Elkin showed a clear example of the influence of destructive sounds with his experiment with an egg. Before a rock concert, he placed a raw egg in front of a loudspeaker. When the concert was over, it turned out to be a soft-boiled egg in his hand. A similar experiment was carried out by Chambers and Flossdorf. The experimenters needed only 4 minutes and 140 decibels, and the egg white was denaturated. Now imagine what happens to proteins in the human body when a person listens to such a music all the time. Heavy music recorded at low and ultra-low frequencies affects not only the physical, intellectual, and mental state, but also the person's system of values, leading to the degradation of personality. Let's look at why this effect in a person occurs. Any sound is decomposed into frequencies, overtones, and noises. Human body, in its turn, is a complex acoustic system where each organ works at its own frequency. So when there is a resonance, that is the coincidence, matching of frequencies of a musical composition, and the body owns frequencies, the destruction of tissue takes place. And if the frequency of sound vibrations coincides with at least one of the frequencies of a brain, and therefore the central nervous system, it is generally accompanied by complex mental disorders, uncontrolled behavior, including suicide. But music can also have a beneficial effect on biological objects. I suggest watching a fragment of an interview with Professor Konstantin Georgievich Korotkov, Doctor of Technical Science.
If we are talking about research into the effects of sound, of course we are doing that. We've done that, and it's one of our significant topics like that. So the point is that sound is something that the vast majority of people live in, if they are not deaf, of course. And sound has a tremendous impact on us. Well, first of all, informational. When we talk to each other, when we listen to something, in this way we pass information to each other. And all resources of information, radio, television, internet and so on, it's all the same. And even sound without this kind of direct information, it has a very strong influence. Now there is such a trend as music therapy, which is therapeutic and corrective influence with the help of music. And it has a huge impact, not only on people, but also on animals. There have been extensive studies of barns and poultry houses playing music, mostly classical music, mostly by Mozart, and it had a positive effect on milk yields and on the number of cattle and chickens. So the animals responded to that. There were experiments on the effects of music, again classical, and primarily Mozart, on the behavior of prisoners in prisons. Again, it has been statistically shown that it leads to a calmer attitude among the inmates towards each other. So, we did these experiments. We have equipment that allows you to measure changes in a person's energy state under the influence of various factors. And it can be done over a period of time. There's a glow that you put on your hand. It's conductive, which means that it picks up signals from all the points of the hand, and it is connected to the device BOL, and we use this device to measure the dynamics of the change of state. So we did a lot of research on the effect of Shostakovich's 7th Symphony on a person. And it was shown that there is a really very clear correlation between the emotional state of people and the music. The tonality of the music, and the things that are happening in the music. This was noted in almost everyone except, interestingly, enough professional musicians. They did not react emotionally in any way, but I guess really because for them music is already such a professional thing, they evaluate it in terms of professional things. We have a special device called BioCore. This device is based on the principle that we measure a person's field. And what is a field? These are frequencies of one's own radiation. So we measure these frequencies and we convert them into a music file. This music file is fed into headphones, into special headphones. These headphones have an electrode that delivers EHF radiation. That is, both music and frequencies affect the person. And this has a tremendous impact. So we have a great practice of using this device BioCore to treat people, to correct their condition. That is, people begin to sleep well, people begin to perceive their surrounding reality in a completely different way. The level of stress and anxiety decreases, and this has really proven to be a very effective effect. Finally, we conducted large experiments on the effects of ultrasound on humans. It was shown that ultrasound, that is, high frequencies, even if a person does not naturally hear it, it has a strong effect. Well, that's why we know that ultrasound examination of pregnant women is not a safe activity. It should be done when it's really necessary, but it's absolutely not necessary to do it unnecessarily. And at the same time, we did research on the effects of infrasound, that is, the effects of very low frequencies on humans. Again, it was shown that infrasound, sound of very low frequencies, which we cannot hear, is very strongly perceived by the whole organism, that is, the organism resonates. So now there is no doubt that sound in very different frequency ranges, very different levels, and music, any music, both classical music and modern and electronic and inaudible frequencies, they do have a dramatic effect on the human condition, and this is now a very interesting topic for scientific research.
Thank you, Konstantin Georgievich Korotkov, for this valuable information. While studying the topic of the influence of sounds and music on people, we met an interesting fact that the Greek doctor Aesculapius treated sciatica by playing the trumpet in front of the patient. Since ancient times, people knew that the sound has a miraculous power and is able to influence the formation of matter. Everything is sound. Everything is vibration. Let's recall the famous quotation from the Bible. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Then it turns out that the Word is a direct reference to sound, and sound was directly involved in shaping our world. This is said in all of the cosmogonic myths of the people of the world, in many nations. According to one of the versions of cosmogonic myth of the African Dogon tribe, the world originated from the word Amma, the primordial sound, which gave rise to the infinitely small. The ancient Egyptians also had a special attitude towards sound as a sacred manifestation of the invisible one who created everything. That was the origin of their understanding, fixed in legends, that sounds awaken the universe. They awaken not only the soul, but also the most beautiful thing in it, the connection with the invisible one. That is why in ancient Egypt there was also a particular veneration of music as a great creative force. It was mentioned that in some religious ceremonies only women, that is, priestesses of goddess Isis and goddess Hathor, were entrusted to fill the space with sacred sounds. And what do scientists say about the influence of sound? Let's watch the following fragment from an interview with Professor Konstantin Georgievich Korotkov.
There are large experiments and conceivable experiments that, under the influence of sound, you can form certain geometric structures. This was shown both on water and on sand structures. These are really very interesting devices. They form very interesting fractal structures under the influence of sound of different frequencies.
Thank you, Konstantin Georgievich. Thanks to the invention of the talented scientist Ernest Florence Friedrich Chladni, today the energy of sound can be literally seen. We can discern the emanation created by the particular sound vibration or frequency. Surprisingly, under the influence of sound vibrations, such perfect patterns emerge that one would think that they were created by a man. Can it be just a coincidence? Let's have a look at the screen. Now you see on the left a pattern on the shell of a turtle, and on the right the Chladni figures, which are formed by sound of different frequencies. Amazingly, it turns out that there is nothing random in nature. Everything is interconnected and influence one another. When you look at this picture, you realize that everything is simple. Vibration and sound are directly involved in the formation of matter. And here is another image, a sunflower and a sound frequency of 528 Hertz. Note the exact repetition of elements. It is hard to call it just a coincidence. Let's look at another examples. Human DNA. One can think, well, what could it have to do with science and sounds? Modern science will tell you that it's just a molecular structure for storing genetic information, nothing more. But it has an interesting spiral structure. And if we look at the structure as stick model, make cuts and compare it to the physical effects of sound waves, we'll see that these patterns are very similar to each other. They are also similar to the patterns in the rose windows of Gothic cathedrals. Do you still think that it's just a coincidence or not? Interestingly, there are scientific papers about the attempts to hear DNA, that is to translate its structure into the language of music. For example, Dr. David Deamer translated the nucleotide sequence itself, that is the letters of DNA, into music notes. And as a scientist, he himself claimed that he was pleasantly surprised that the result made musical sense and the melody resembled a waltz. An even more interesting approach was proposed by Susan Alexander. Together with the Dr. Deamer, they used a spectrometer and using mathematics then transformed the obtained data of light transmission of nucleotides in the form of a sound. The resulting microtonal music is similar to the traditional music of peoples of India, the Far and the Middle East. The following images are also surprising. Above there is a rose window and a Hladny figure, and below there are three-dimensional images taken with a CymaScope device. The CymaScope was invented by acoustic engineer John Stuart Wright and Eric Larson. They built it over a period of 10 years and then upgraded. And now it can literally show how the music looked like from a single sound to a chord. The realization is achieved using a sensitive camera that captures images that are invisible to the eye and appear on the surface of water. And these, in turn, are created by the vibration caused by impact of the sounds on the water. But a few questions may arise here. Interestingly, it was not only until the 17th century that Albert Hooke showed how sound can create patterns and signs. But the Gothic cathedrals were built much earlier, in the late 12th and early 16th centuries. So it turns out that long before Robert Hooke, it was known about the properties of sound and its influence on matter. Moreover, while there were windows and roses in Gothic cathedrals, given a shape which corresponded to a certain frequency of sound. Remarkable, but it turns out that not only a certain frequency of sound has its own pattern, but the geometric volume form also has a certain resonance frequency. Konstantin Georgievich Korotkov will tell us about this in the following video.
So we must understand that any geometric shapes, any constructions, can produce certain frequencies too. And we should talk about frequencies, because the sound, as we understand it, is what we hear. But this is a very narrow range of frequencies, from 20 Hz to 20 kHz maximum, but in fact it's narrower. And all sorts of different structures can produce a broad range of frequencies. And of course, these frequencies can be registered in certain cases and can affect people. That is why there are many ideas that pyramids and other ancient constructions form frequencies, and this influences people who are near them.
Thank you again, Konstantin Georgievich. We continue our study of the Hladny figures. Let's us now look at one of the bas-reliefs of Sumerian culture. Notice how exactly the image of the bas-relief coincides with the Hladny pattern. It turns out that the ancient people knew that a sound creates a sign, and they also knew that each frequency of sound creates a specific pattern or sign. In episode 3 of the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Paleocontact, Extraterrestrial Civilizations, we went into more detail about the fact that this sign stood for an additional consciousness. Note also that the following picture. We see Hladny star-shaped figures and star-shaped fortresses. Do you still think that it's still accidental? Moving on. Somewhat later, Dr. Hans Jeni perfected Chladni experiment. He created a special device, telescope, which allowed the observation of interference of three-dimensional figures. Dr. Jeni used containers filled with a finely dispersed media, sand, wet plaster, or different types of liquids. When the container was put into oscillatory motion with different frequencies and amplitude, the particles in the liquid were folded into well-ordered and highly visible geometrical patterns, having a two- or three-dimensional structure. The figure shows superposition of waves in a vibrating droplet of water containing small suspended particles. These particles formed three-dimensional stars, double tetrahedrons, and circles, and many other shapes. The higher the frequency of oscillation, the more complex the shapes became. In the picture you see now, there is a selection of curious patterns. It is the sound of a dolphin and the frequency of sound. Based on the water and the sand, the structure of the human brain. It also shows the trajectories of the planets around the sun in relation to each other. There are some interesting facts that some planets that also have particular frequencies and having some insignificantly deviation. And most importantly, they roughly form a harmonic chord. Sound can affect matter and even help transcend gravity. Thanks to the acoustic levitation device, we can observe this right now. From all seen and heard, we can draw a short conclusion that sound forms matter, meaning the sound is primary. I suggest watching the following video.
The researcher Ernesto Chladni, who studied the effect of sound waves on various sounding bodies, is particularly interesting. What attracted the greatest scientific attention was his work on a study of sand patterns formed under the influence of sound waves, later called Chladni figures. Subsequently, there was even formed a branch of science called cymatics.
Amazingly, the geometric patterns that appear as a result of Chladni's experiment were used by our ancestors everywhere.
We can see them in the decorations of houses, on columns, on ancient sculptures, and even on icons. This shows that for people who lived at different times and on different continents, these images were very important, and it also demonstrates their understanding of the physical processes taking place in the invisible world.
It turns out that everything is physics. Everything is a wave which takes a certain form. It is this settled form of sound which we perceive as harmony and divine beauty that we can find in mathematics in the golden ratio, in the Fibonacci numbers, in geometry, in the form of fractals and Archimedean bodies, in nature, in painting, in music, in architecture, and even in outer space, in the human body, and in the tiniest of cells.
Sound and geometrically regular shaped signs are the realm of pure physics, and therefore the first indicator of comprehending the mystery of the global sound and the working signs by mankind. In fact, these are scientifically based discoveries of what has been known to people since ancient times and has been recorded in the legends of different peoples.
Thank you, dear viewers, for your attention. The next speakers will tell us more about the signs and their influence on people. Ksenia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexei. Thank you, Alexander, for passing me the floor. Before we move on to the subject of the signs in the temples, I propose to watch a social survey.
Can you please tell us how often you visit a Buddhist dancing?
Well, I try to visit it weekly, mostly on Sundays, but I also visit it at big events, or not so big ones like Mendel Shiva. I mean big chorales that are held once a month.
In general, I try to go there on holidays.
I am a Muslim, so I go to the mosque. No problem. So I go at least once a week for the Friday prayers. That's like every week without exceptions, and also I try to go multiple times besides the Friday prayers.
I don't usually go a lot. I mean, I was raised in a Catholic family. When I was younger, I used to go more to the church, but I think that now I have a relationship with God, like with myself. So I talk to God by myself in my house. I don't need to go to churches.
How often? Maybe once a month.
Every Sunday.
Usually once a week.
Could you please tell us about how often you visit the church?
Well, I do my best, yes. With God's help, I try to visit it every Sunday and on every holiday.
Well, I go to church quite often because it strengthens me, gives me a feeling of my mission, and at the same time the strength I need to live through each day. So, if it is possible, most of the time when Jesus is here on weekdays, that is 3, 4 or 5 times a week.
Why do you visit the temple?
Because I love God, as all Christians do.
This is a tradition. Usually when I go there, I really enjoy being in synagogues, as they are beautiful and really welcome.
Parents went to the church, so it was normal for their children to go also. So my family worked that way. So when we were younger, we usually to go with our parents. So that's how I was introduced to the church.
We go on specific dates like Christmas. So I think it's always something, and also I think the churches for itself, they are always super beautiful, so it's really a nice feeling to be there.
I like the cultural history of the places, and I think you can know a little bit more about the country, about the city, about a little bit of my history. Portugal colonized Brazil, so we can understand a little bit more.
I like to find community there, that there are other believers there, and I like to worship God publicly and with other folks that believe what I do.
I find it as a time to clean my mind out and I find it very relaxing.
I visit the church in order to say thank you, that all my relatives are safe, healthy, and have everything they need. And just to say thank you. Something like that.
When I come here, I somehow feel better. Indeed, it is such a place where prayers are recited every day, and it sort of becomes pure. And when a person comes, sits down and concentrates exactly on, someone looks at the Buddha, someone looks inside themselves, what is inside, it's some problems into their life. When you come in, you become yourself.
May I ask one more thing? What are you praying for?
For peace, for salvation of my loved ones, and for salvation of all people, for all people to have the greatest love of the Lord Jesus, to love the way He loved us. It will never happen, but we can try.
For sure, I ask for my family to be good, to be healthy. I ask for success in my life, for sure. But I think that it's not only asking for things, I think it's also being grateful for what you could achieve. Because, I mean, I know that I did everything that I did to get what I got in my life, but at the same time, if I didn't have the faith, or if I don't know, I believe in something bigger, so it's also important to be grateful.
I just ask for health and for keeping me on the right track and not letting go away from my personal feelings, from my objectives. And thank you for everything I've accomplished and that my family is still together and well.
Nowadays about my health of my relatives.
Now there will be a choral. It is called Altın Giril, if I'm not mistaken. It is dedicated to removing obstacles in the family, to prosperity at work, in other words, to gaining material and spiritual boons.
We as Muslims believe that we can ask God for anything, and we believe that the God is the most merciful, and that He will answer our prayers in the best way possible, that we also maybe think that it's not right.
We ask for health, long life, good livelihood, and that's all.
May our people be at peace, and all those around us do not threaten us. Live in peace with us. We are good people. We want peace, so that they too join our wish and establish real peace with us, and we would live in peace.
Question. Usually I've tried to pray like it's modeled in the Bible, and I tried to pray with some worship, and then I petition some as well for whatever's going on in my life, things that are difficult, or thanking Him for things that are easy, or gifts that He's given me.
What do you feel during the choral? What is your inner state like?
Well, you know, I don't feel any kind of a great energy physically. I mean, I rather try to do it mentally, in my head, for myself. But like I said, I come to take a rest, to recharge, and to relax.
Sometimes cathartic or therapeutic in a way, just to voice what's going on in your head and heart, or in my head and heart. So I guess in a secular way it's beneficial, but I think I also experience just a nearness to God, that somebody else is there that understands me completely.
I grew up in the Catholic Church, but then I started to studying more about Spiritism, and I was like, yeah, I think that my relationship with God is very personal. Priest or any other person to talk to God. You know, God is above everyone, so I don't know, God doesn't judge me, so that's why I prefer to talk to God myself.
You have to be good with yourself anywhere. In the church, I think the purpose of the church is that, but you have to be connected with God anywhere.
As we can observe, the temple is a special place for those who enter it. And most of those who come to the temple associate it with something special and pleasant. To be objective, it must be noted that there are some people for whom going to the temple is not something pleasant, and we decided to investigate why. To demonstrate, I would like to voice a few, so to speak, non-standard comments that have been left by people on internet on various platforms. Quote, "For some reason, after going to church, I feel broken, weak, although others, on the contrary, feel better." This message was followed by response in a similar manner. You know, a lot of people have this problem. the same thing happens to me. And it doesn't depend on the number of people, how I feel, or in the instance. I know this because I do noviceship at church, and I'm often alone there, and not during services. And fatigue always appears, and not in the temple itself, but at home when I return. Another comment. Instead of boosting of energy, liveliness, and strength, I got terrible weakness, brokenness, and so on. I felt perfectly normal before I went to the temple, though. This has never been typical for me. Usually, it is the opposite. I always get energy, and after service, I leave full of energy and joy. But yesterday, I had a leakage of energy, and a very strong one. I barely managed at home. Another quote, I don't know what to do, writes another woman. Every visit to the temple, almost every visit, is connected to the illness for me. I enter healthy, I leave sick. And perhaps I would give you one last example. I cannot stand being in a church for long. I get sick. I feel nauseous and dizzy. It's been like this for as long as I can remember. Can anyone explain to me why this happens?
Well, people's confessions and their sincere words also led our team to reflect on this question. Why does this happen? We wanted to understand why believers feel differently. Some feel uplifted and energized, while others feel tired and complain about weakness and emptiness. Why do some people feel bad? There are different opinions on this subject. According to clergymen, it is necessary to pay attention to one's physical health. Many people attend the services, especially on major feast days, and the closed space, the smell of incense, and the lack of oxygen can cause dizziness and other physical complaints. There is also an opinion that the poor state of health is due to the influence of the devil on a person. The devil tries not to lose the soul of the human by any means, and that's why he drives away the believer from the temple through physical ailments. We have encountered another widespread opinion. For example, some people believe that if the person outside the temple feels normal and it becomes bad in the temple, it is a sign of a possession. In other words, presence of demonic forces in the person. And when the demonic forces collide with the God's power, which lives in the temple, the person feels unwell. It is clear that anything can happen, but we would like to understand it.
First of all, I would like to point out that if demons could not enter the temple, there would not be a single person in any temple. At this point, we don't want to offend anyone. Rather, we are talking about the primordial knowledge of the human being. After all, a person is dual in nature. There is an animal and a spiritual being in it. The animal being is the demon who distresses a human being with negative thoughts, focusing to make bad deeds, to sin. However, at the same time, the demon is the tool that the believer must harness in order to serve God. Initially, all people are in different dependencies on their demon. On this basis, people are divided into 4 types. The first type is the person who is ruled by a demon. It is difficult for a person to feel own soul, a connection with the spiritual world, and he or she will have to work a lot on him or herself in order to get out from under the power of the demon, or in other words, consciousness. The second and the third type, those people are more free as a personality, however, still not enough. The influence of the demon is strong, but also the soul is better felt. And the fourth type, such people are more free as personalities. They are free they feel the connection with the spiritual world well, yet it is not enough to get completely out of under the power of Satan. Therefore, as a rule, the feeling of a person in the temple depends not only on the inner state, their freedom as the personality, but also depends on why a person came to the temple. After all, a person can be a type 4, yet having come to the temple for the fulfillment of their material desires, they can feel a huge loss of inner strength, as they will waste their inner strength on magic, miraculous fulfillment of desires.
It means, in fact, that there will be an exchange, to bargain with the devil, to exchange one's possibility of spiritual development for the benefits of the material. And closed rooms, large crowds of people, and the smell of incense have nothing to do with it. After all, we all know places where a person in the open air and large space also feels bad. This place is the market. It may seem offensive to you, but take your time, please. Let's figure it all out. What do modern temples and markets have in common? There and there are those who sell and those who buy. Of course, the goods are different, but the essence does not change. At the market, they want to buy the goods they want at a good price. And in temples, they want to exchange their possible future spiritual life for health, happiness in family life, opportunities for good earnings, and solutions to various material issues. And as a rule, a person prays very sincerely and diligently for the fulfillment of one's desires, as a result of which a person loses the inner power to put it directly on life. And how should a person who loses one's life feel? Is it good? After all, it is a natural, logical course of events. And those people who are not seized by the passion of their material desires, who come to the temple for fellowship with God, feel excellent. The people themselves, both in the markets and in the temples, create the atmosphere, which then influences them. It is important for a person to understand that they are doing and what consequences may await them, since ignorance of the law does not exempt them from responsibility.
There is another factor that has an invisible effect on people. It can be positive or negative. Something that almost no one pays attention to, because knowledge of this is carefully hidden from people. Now I'm talking about the science, and I would like to invite you to watch a fragment of the interview with the research engineer Alexey Valerievich Mitin.
There are researches which Shkatov did, Shkatov's torsiometer. For example, he took different figures and passed a torsional current through these figures. And he had a certain signal at the output, a certain level. He had some kind of gradation in units. And in general, he noticed that, for example, a cross gives one characteristic, a circle gives another one. That is, a form is all these symbols, they also influence in a certain way. When we take different forms, our signal energy changes. That is, a symbol gives a certain characteristic, which is the so-called torsional contrast in scientific terms. That is, we get different torsional contrast. By the way, some structures can weaken it. Some structure can strengthen or change the characteristics, change the phase, and change the frequency characteristics. So everything has to be studied.
Thank you very much, Alexey Valerievich. Now I would like to devote special attention to the subject of science in temples. their significance, and the effect they have on one's power structure. Perhaps one of the most common signs that can be seen in almost any temple is swastika. Few people know it. It comes in two varieties. Now displayed is the correct right-handed swastika, which sets the movement in a clockwise direction and is a symbol of creation and development. It signifies the supremacy of spirit over the matter. As you can see, the sign can also be inscribed in the patterns and decorations of the outer interior, in the temple paintings of the wall, floors, elements of carvings, moldings, also applied to objects and clothing of the clergy, and so on.
We would like to point out that in temples, you can see not only right-handed swastikas, but also left-handed ones. At first glance, similar signs, yet they are completely opposite in meaning. The sign of the reverse, aggressive, left-handed swastika has a negative effect on the mind. As a rule, it is located in places of worship in the sight of the congregation. Such swastikas activate the lowest animal, demonic qualities in humans. It is turned counterclockwise. It is a movement in the direction of destruction and annihilation. In fact, with this sign, the supremacy of matter over spirit is proclaimed. If you look carefully, you can often see signs in religious temples that are radically different in meaning. Some of them reinforce the animal nature of human beings, while others reinforce the spiritual. And this is half the trouble, when the signs sort of balance each other out, yet there are temples where there are exclusively negative signs. After all, the reverse swastika was and is the symbol of Nazi Germany, and it is very strange to see it on the clergy vestments.
We have already discussed several times in our kaleidoscopes that human nature is dual. There are signs that activate the spiritual beginning in a human being, such as desire for God, and there are signs that strengthening the animal thought, the awakening of the subconsciousness fears and material desires. Since ancient times, signs have been applied with certain purposes depending on their use. In some cases, it was the transmission of the knowledge, and in others, they were applied as an element of influence directly on the ones who looks at them. Let us now consider the basic knowledge of the four human essences and the soul, which have been known to people since the ancient times. Initially, the designation of an ordinary person was in the form of equalitarian cross with a circle in the center. A simplified version, just an equalitarian cross. The horizontal lines of the cross was a sign of a connection with the matter, and the vertical line with the spiritual world. More precisely, it indicated the presence in a human being of elements from the spiritual world, the possibility of spiritual elevation. Therefore, subsequently, various people associated the horizontal line with the elements of the earth, the material world, inward movement, including time as a movement from the past to the future, the line separating heaven and earth, and the vertical line with the elements of the fire, air, and the original direction from the bottom upwards, from the material sphere to the spiritual. In the 4 points of the equalitarian cross and the circle inside, the 4 basic essences and the soul, pointed to the basic element in human design, which embodied the main intent to create conditions for the person to choose between the material world and the spiritual. I think you will agree that in the views of most modern people, the cross is associated exclusively with only one world religion, Christianity. But this is a very ancient symbol, and it appears long before the emergence of this religion.
Different variations of the cross symbolically denoted additional information to its basic interpretation. For example, if the lower part of the cross corresponding to the back essence was lengthened, the so-called long or Latin cross, it meant an emphasis, a concentration on the back essence, constant suffering, a reminder of the past, burdening the soul, stimulating feelings of guilt and resentment. And as we understand, if the person is in the state of an animal beginning, such activation of the back essence is, in fact, a constant stimulation of depression, fear, and self-eating. The Latin cross, as a symbol of Christianity, was introduced in the 4th century AD, when the teachings of Jesus were turned into a religion, and religion acquired the status of the state. Incidentally, the Latin cross in genealogy usually denotes a person's demise, the date of death. So, in Christianity, besides this 4-pointed long cross, intended for wearing by believers, there are also 6-pointed and 8-pointed so-called patriarchal crosses, with 2 or 3 additional rungs, which, as a rule, crosses the front essence. They are worn by archbishops and cardinals. In the general concept of religion, the presence of this upper rung is interpreted as a plaque or tablet for the title of Jesus in Latin abbreviation INRI, Jesus Nazareus Rex Judaeorum, which means Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. A slight diversion. Note that here also lays in the subconscious mind of believers the supremacy of a certain people over them. Further, as for the patriarchal cross, if the sign also had a lower slanting bar, it was explained to the believer simply in the material context of the religious interpretation that it was supposedly a bar for the feet of Christ. The crossbar at the bottom of the cross represents a renunciation of one's human past and a commitment to service. The question remains, service to whom? The answer is found in the meaning of the leading sign in the symbol. And as for the long cross with 3 crossbars, as steps leading upwards, which is now called the papal cross, from ancient times, this sign was used for those who aspired to power over the 3-dimensional world, if it concerned the symbolism of an individual. But believers, naturally, are not told such delicate details.
Friends, let's turn to the subject of the signs of the 4 essences. If the equal-sided cross was a symbol of just a person, then diagonal cross was, we can say, the oblique cross and its variation, often with the circle in the center, already indicated a person moving on the path of the knowledge, knowing the secret information about the person and mediative practices on the 4 essences. But more often, in secret text, the symbol of the form of the oblique cross or its variation indicated the knowledge of the energy structure of the human being, its essences, the relationship with the dimensions. The variations of this oblique cross were very diverse. An oblique cross in the form of 4 connected triangles with the circle in the center, circle-centered triangular spaces, clava cross, narrow to the center and winding to the edges, snakes intertwined in the form of a cross, and so on. Additionally, I would like to point out that the main symbol of the four essences are triangles, and they are equilateral. In the context of the original knowledge of the four essences of the human being, the triangle with the top up was the symbol of the back essence, the past, the visible, the manifested material world. It is not by chance that such a triangle later became to be associated with the masculinity. And this doesn't mean greatness, similarly with the mountain rising to the heavens, or with the three principles of the universe, a symbol of God. The mountain is a separate image and a symbol, mostly related to the concept of another dimension. And the symbol of God in the form of the triangle with the top up meant the three principles of the construction of the universe: God, the idea, lotus, plan, and Allat, embodiment of the idea and plan.
Equilateral triangle with the apex upwards, according to the primordial knowledge of a human being, denotes two moments. First, the starting state of human being as an observer in the three-dimensional world, up until his independent spiritual development as a subject created in the image and likeness of God. Human being initially contains the soul and the three requirements of spiritual development: spiritual idea, plan, embodiment of the idea are laid down. Secondly, if we are talking directly about the actual process of human spiritual development, whose emphasis is shifted to the front essence, that is the upper triangle with the top down, or conversely refers to a man enclosed in the matter, dominated by the animal beginning, then the meaning of the lower triangle was quite different. In this case, the triangle with the top up meant not just the back essence, but also the aggression of the material world. That is why it was associated with in some cases with the element of fire. The movement of matter from expansion to contraction, from outside to inside. The concentration on the will of the animal mind and its power over the pyramidal hierarchy of matter. In other words, the triangle with the top up means what is based on the earthly, material, temporal, and sixth power. The equilateral triangle with the apex down is in the primordial knowledge means not just the front essence, with the help of which a person carries out his or her spiritual growth and development. This symbol from ancient times means the creative power of Allat, that is the movement of the spiritual from the primary point to embodiment, the manifestation of the Creator's plan to constant creation and expansion to the perfect form contained in that plan.
It is not by coincidence that in the ancient times, the triangle with the top down was associated with the symbolism of feminine origin, with the supreme goddesses, who in the beliefs of various people embodied the creative function of the Great Mother as the progenitor of the entire world, the connection with the aquatic environment, which was an association with the spiritual world. According to the intimate central knowledge and the human beings, when a person chooses the spiritual beginning, there is a manifestation of the creative power of Allat in her, in the form of spiritual awakening, expanded state of consciousness, manifestation of spiritual love. This is why, when performing spiritual practices, one experiences feelings of comprehension, knowledge, and comprehensive love for the whole world. This is precisely the work of a person's frontal essence and the manifestation of the power of Allah restoring and manifesting the connection between the person and the soul. Echoes of this knowledge can be traced in secret treatises on the world and the human being, mythological plots, images, and rituals of many people around the world.
And a few more words about the variation of the symbolism of superimposing the triangle with the top down and the triangle with the top up on each other, which since ancient times is widespread among mystical, occult, religious currents. According to the primordial knowledge, if in this symbol the top triangle is a triangle with its top down, which is depicted in white, the divine feminine, the forces of the spiritual world, and under it, peeks out from the edges, there is a triangle with its top up, depicted in black, male, the forces of matter. It means the primacy of the spiritual world, the creative forces of Allat over the material world in the six-dimensional realm. And if the triangle with the top up overlaps the triangle with the top down, it means the dominance of the animal mind, the material world over the spiritual, the magical influence on the matter from the sixth dimension with the dominance of the animal beginning, the use of the powers of Allat not for spiritual liberation, but for gaining power in the material world. Such sign, with a directly opposite meaning, was usually placed by people striving for secret power over the three-dimensional world, serving the will and purposes of the animal mind. If it was simple without a dominant triangle, they call it an inverted sign, because the triangles of the front essence and the back essence had their places swapped, and the side essences were dominant, referring to them as triangles placed vertically. It also meant crossing out the rhombus, one of the symbols of human spiritual transformation. In ancient times, such symbol was used mainly in black magic. This symbol, by the way, is now widely advertised around the world under the name Star of David. Of course, with a plausible interpretation for the masses at large about a perfect union of spirit and matter, with the dominant triangle with the top up. And then we wonder why we live in such an unhappy world with a lot of anger and aggression. Here's your answer.
All right, let's move on. The symbol of a semicircle, crescent, and arc as a certain part of the whole was also used to represent the four essences. The side arc, arranged vertically, were symbols of the side essence. The arc, similar to an overtuned crescent or an inverted bowl, symbolized the back essence. So in the sacred symbolism of the peoples, it was associated with the past, deprived of life, as well as a designation of that teaching focused on the material. However, the sign of the arc or crescent turned horns upwards as a symbol of the manifestation of the forces of the spiritual world, Allat, was originally used to denote the front essence.
And now, dear friends, I would like to draw particular attention to the sign of ALLATRA. Its original image is an empty circle bordered by a crescent moon with horns upward. It is one of the original 18 ancient working signs. The name ALLATRA speaks about the quality of its power. At the dawn of humankind, thanks to the primordial knowledge, people were aware of the One who created everything, denoting his manifestations by the sound Ra. The creative power of Ra, the divine feminine, the mother of all things, was originally called Allat. Hence, the name of this primordial sign, ALLATRA, as a designation of the creative power of the One who created everything, came from among those initiated into the spiritual knowledge.
People have been using this sign since ancient times. It's constantly active and interacts with the visible and invisible world, has an impact on the energy structure of the person, regardless whether the person understands it or not. Yet the main action of the sign is based on a human choice. If the spiritual element dominates in a person, the sign influences him or her as an additional spiritual force. In other words, the sign resonates and strengthens the creative, spiritual power of the person. And if the person is dominated by the animal beginning, this sign remains neutral in relation to the person. One must understand that what you see on the screen now is a symbolic representation of the ALLATRA sign. The real, working sign is depicted in black on a white background. A negative person tends to be energized by completely different signs working to activate the material, animal beginning. Well, dear friends, we have not looked at all of the signs today. For it might take us more than an hour of our time. To summarize, every time we are in the room with the signs, voluntarily or involuntarily, we activate them with our attention. The signs begin to affect our power structure, regardless of whether we understand what the sign is or not. Light also plays a huge role in the activation of the sign. If there is a light in the room where the sign is, then the sign will be active even when the person is not looking at it. And if the room is dark, then the sign wouldn't work.
I think you've traced that there are both positive and negative signs in places of worship and religion. After all we have seen, a question arises. Why in places intended for the spiritual development of human beings, there are signs that activate their animal nature, their demons? Why? It is a legacy we have inherited. However, we, having the knowledge, can decide for ourselves which signs to place in places where worship takes place. Thank you for your attention, and I pass the floor to the presenters.
We thanked our speakers who touched upon the topic of vibration, sound, and signs. Visiting temples, I have often seen different patterns, but I could not even imagine that they are not just decorative ornaments, but a real tool to influence people. There comes an understanding how important it is for everyone who strives for God to be knowledgeable about this subject and to surround themselves with positive signs, at least in the initial stage of spiritual development. Dear viewers, we invite you to look closely at the signs that surround you at home, at work, and in the temples, and to share your observations with us in the comments after the broadcast. You know what surprises me, Katerina? We're discussing the topic of temples today, and we started with the egg-shaped temples, which helped people on their way to spiritual development. Unfortunately, over time, there are almost no temples in which a person can feel a spiritual surge. Even on the contrary, mostly in modern temples, their visitors feel an outflow of energy. And this is done in different ways due to the physics of the form and due to the fact that inside the temples there are burials of ordinary people who were away from God during their lifetime, and due to the placement of negative signs. Unfortunately, these are not all ways of energy amplifying in the temples. Let's watch a video.
Greetings. In this film, we will touch on the topic of magic in temples. The mages themselves will talk about it. For convenience, we will use fragments of the interviews with them, with a single purpose: to convey this information to you. We ask to check the information. You don't have to believe us. Faith, temples, religions. What is meant by these concepts? Do we know everything about them? How far are we willing to go in our knowledge of the real processes that take place in temples and their impact on our life? After all, not every parishioner knows that temples are also actively used by mages and sorcerers for their purposes. And what is really happening when people gather for services in temples? Here is what the mages themselves say about it.
Sunday is considered to be a day of power. Why? Because Enochian magic is a Christian egregor. On Sunday, 4 billion people, and it doesn't matter if they're Protestants, Catholics or Orthodox, they may not have the same Easter, but Sunday is the same for everyone, and everybody prays amicably for the good of their egregor. An Enochian magician understands all this power. He just connects a little bit from the side and takes certain energy to work, not to the detriment of anyone.
Church is a kind of white magic, right? But you can come to church and put there, let's say, inverted candles and do some kind of ritual, and it will work. The question is, why? It's white, isn't that what's supposed to protect us? But the negative work, which is done in church, will work. So here it all depends on the message. Just like with black magic, you can try to cure a person of something. I don't mean disease, I mean cure drug addiction or alcoholism. You can do it with the help of black magic, right? This is to bring, let's say, positive things for a person, not only negative ones. So it all depends on the purpose for which you are dressing, and everyone probably knows that the priests in the church also possess some kind of abilities. And they also cannot always serve for the good of the people. I also know cases when the old women who sell candles in the church collect stubs from the candlesticks and then sell them to the magicians who can work with these stubs. It's also destructive work, you see, not for the good. Therefore, here everything depends on the approach. Everything depends on the intention of the magician.
Mages say that you can cure diseases, get rid of alcoholism and drug addiction with the help of magic. Yes, you can. But the mages do not tell you what you have to pay for it. The point is that one problem is replaced by another problem. In other words, figuratively speaking, one demon is replaced by another, a stronger one. And the point is that as a result of this replacement, the life force of a person is taken away.
Health, or a person will lose something, or someone will fall ill. While this person is a martyr. He likes to suffer. So a person pays with his health. Something negative happens, destruction of some kind, or he loses somebody. It's a payback. Some people, if they want to jinx someone, they come to church and ask the priest to read the burial of a living person. But the priest doesn't know that this person is alive, and he reads the burial and then the person gets ill. Yes, unfortunately, such things exist.
While addressing the dead, usually sorcerers, witches and mages address the dead. Both sorcerers and mages can somehow deliver a request. I work mostly with snakes, all sorts of evil creatures, all those things.
I'm not baptized. But my mother, my grandmother, my family, all were baptized. And I still go to church and put candles for my dead relatives. Well, that's where such a negative process can take place. If there is a sorceress there and you go to church and place a candle for your dead relatives, then after lighting a candle, you must stand there even if not until the candle burns down. But at least until more than half of it burns down. Because if there is a sorceress there, she can steal that candle and jinx other people with your candle.
And I'd also like to warn you, caution you, so to speak, never take anything from anyone in church, because usually some elderly woman can walk there and she looks, so nice, pretty and kind, and all just smiling, saying, take an apple, and you'll take that apple. And it's like in that fairy tale. I think everybody has read that fairy tale with the apple, when an old witch gave an apple to a young girl, to a woman, and one got old, while the other got young. So think about where the God's temple is. In your heart, or in an imaginary place, which other people invented for you beforehand, in order to control you, to manipulate you. Are you free beings? Are you the souls? Or are you animals? Ask yourself this question.
And how many people read prayer books every day? Today there is a huge number of prayers for all occasions, which often echo incantations.
It turns out prayer is a magical action.
A magical action, yes, of course. With the coming of Christianity, such an attitude appeared that we pray either to angels or to God. And before that, prayer meant that we turned to other gods. Yes, prayer is magical action. The same priests, they are magicians as well. They do rituals with these icons. And why is an icon not an altar? The same altar. A beacon of Saint Nicholas' energy. They are the same magicians, but they deny it.
Said that denied. Why is that?
I'll answer your question this way. Even if we look at the Christian scriptures, it even says, kill that fortune teller. It all started since the birth of the Christian cult. And it's still going on today. All the priests, the whole Christian community thinks that magic comes only from evil, only from Satan, Lucifer. In general, there are a lot of them over there. But actually no. These are just different words. Prayer, conspiracy, an icon of the Savior, an altar, a church, a Greek temple. But it's the same pagan, a priest. It's all the same, just different words.
So it turns out that the ritual in the church and what you're doing are essentially the same things.
Yes, it's essentially the same thing, just different words and appeal to different powers.
And what is the difference then between, for example, a prayer service for the health and whispering of some old lady? or a divination of a sorcerer. It turns out that if a person wants to gain something in the material world, it makes no difference to him where to go, either to a temple or a mage, as long as there is a result. Why did people mix up all these concepts? What was supposed to be spiritual work suddenly turned out to be a desire for material goods. It turns out that the human desire to connect the material with the spiritual is actually magic. Seek nothing here on earth but God and the salvation of the soul.
How do religions and magic in churches work in general? Let's take a look at magic in the church. A church is like an egregor. There's a Christian egregor, that is, it's not exactly a divine force, it's more of an egregor force. When people created a certain idol with their faith, that is, Christianity itself denies idolatry, but on the other hand, it encourages it. Otherwise, why should people venerate the faces of saints? Are they deities? They're just ordinary people. So when people ask the saints for something, they ask for it from a dead person. You're asking from the dead, not a divine power. The fact is, it was a person, and the person died, and you are making your request. The request is energy, it is intention. And when we ask, we are sending an intention. You just take your intention and send it into chaos and emptiness. So think about it now. God's temple is not somewhere outside. It is in your heart. Because love is the highest prayer that exists.
When people come to church, they start making requests. Help me, God, help me, please. Or Archangel, help me, give me a job, or money, or fame. And when they make a request, they think they're appealing to God. But no, not at all. They're appealing to a demon. God is the Father. He gave us everything. It's all inside us, and we can do it for ourselves. Our desires, it is us who fulfill our desires. And these kinds of requests, you know who fulfills them? The demon. He grants your wish. Yes, he will certainly grant your wish. And you will be happy, but after that, he will take what belongs to him. Nothing just happens. Free cheese is only in the mousetrap. And he will get into that mousetrap. So you can't ask for anything in church. When people come into the church, they dump this negative energy. And this energy remains in the church. Then they leave, but if another person comes in, he can take this negative energy on himself. But when he leaves the church, he starts being ill without understanding why. Church, you mustn't. People should come to church to pray, not release their negativity there.
Magic in church. How do you recognize the hidden influence on yourself in church? Why do people go to church in the first place? Let's start with the fact that most often people go to church or other places of power to deliver their requests to God. Everyone has their own God and everyone has their own truth, but the truth is one for all. How do people express their will at all? I want.
What do people want? Everything. Health, good business, relationships, even a blessing for killing. Like in a supermarket.
And what do demons feed on? Also on energy?
Demons feed on the energy of the egregor of the very Christianity. Why? Because the Christian egregor is a power, but it's not protected by anything. Why? Because Christianity simply rejects any concept of magic and esotericism. It doesn't accept the concept of any kind of protection. Yes, they read prayers. Yes, they turn to angels. But I don't know, in about 70% of cases, angels probably don't know what people want from them. Why is that? Because no work is being done. The regular Christian inventory is exactly the same as the inventory that the mage uses, not even the Enochian one, but just a mage. Everywhere in Christianity there's a knife, incense, baths, candles, books. There are no cards. Okay, they don't have cards, but in fact, they pretty much have the same things. They have their own crystals, some decorations, other stuff is completely the same, but they reject the system of protection, and demons get enough there. Not all people are exclusively good. Probably up to 40% come to church with negative thoughts. That's what they feed from.
Epochs change, but the influence of magic and magical rituals only grows. This is one of the signs of the end times.
There was just a very interesting phrase, that the elements will swallow this world.
Yes.
So you were talking about cataclysms.
About cataclysms.
You mean floods, earthquakes, volcanoes?
People stopped respecting. People started to believe in some made-up god, and in fact, the elements rule us. And in fact, the disasters rule us. We have forgotten who our gods are. We pray for money. It is God, here is our God. Look at these churches, look at these ministers, look at this blatant luxury. Where is the faith? Yes, I come to church to steal, already revealed. I steal memorial candles I need.
Why do you steal?
And who will give them to me like that? No one will give them to me like that. I steal. I'm sorry, I need the energy of grief and I need named candles. Because a person brings a candle, names this candle, my grandfather, Fyodor, died, may God rest you, Fyodor, and puts it down. I came, put it out, stole it. And this priest, these fat, huge fathers, he's rotten from the inside. He's got more shit in him than a dung pit. What sanctity! What sanctity!
The God who creates the universes, does he need our candles and money? He just doesn't see them. Life always teaches its lessons, but whether we understand them or step on the same rake depends on us, on understanding the meaning and purpose of our own life.
The priests are mostly trivial liars. Their magic is powerless. They tell you that demons can't enter the temple, but demons are there to read you fairy tales. Have you ever thought about that? They perform magic rituals, which stopped working a long time ago, because they lost the essence of these rituals. And they come to work in religion only for money, and well, to enjoy the power. And look how many stones and leeches hang on each of them. What I'm saying now will twitch and infuriate many people, but it's true, isn't it? Because if they were really saints going to God, would they fight like that over property? Look at what's at the forefront of their minds. The same thing is going on in different countries of the world. Are any of them fighting for salvation of your soul, for spiritual freedom? Do they fight for parishioners to help them get to heaven? No. They fight for the temples in order to take them away from the competitors and use parishioners as fools, as a battering ram to kick out their competitors and go in themselves. Who but demons do that? Yes. Originally, the spiritual knowledge as a tool, which allowed humanity to enter the portal, was brought by Jesus and the last prophet in purity. But no sooner had their bodies cooled down than this knowledge was immediately turned into magic. Someone just wanted power and money. And since their followers come with a desire to have the same glory as the prophets, but at the same time not to be like them, then they are immediately covered with leeches and demons. And everything that was given is immediately distorted by demons. That's why the result is like that. Wake up, people! Here is a simple example. Religions have existed for thousands of years, but after this day, people kill each other for property. Religions and priests do the same thing. They steal, rob and take things away, while magic is 1,000 times more honest than religion. At least it doesn't hide behind the name of God. And for the most part, real mages tell the truth. Of course, they don't tell you that you'll pay for their services with your life, but then, who warns a chicken before eating it?
What does all this have to do with the true God?
It is appalling what a huge number of parasites there are per one believer. How much more complicated things have become. After all, earlier people didn't need mediators and temples to communicate with God. And now a person comes to the temple and gives not only money, but also his life energy. All the rituals are aimed only at getting a person fixated on matter. Yes, indeed, a person who seeks to come to God must have knowledge to be able to bypass all these traps. After all, the rescue of drowning, the handwork of drowning, a person especially at first stages needs true spiritual help. He needs knowledge of the true picture of the world. Since time immemorial, there have been people who have truly served God. They helped those who wanted to comprehend the spiritual world and protected people from all kinds of evil until they became spiritually strong. Every one of us are those who watching this
ktorí stoja na strane dobra, ale aj tých, ktorí stoja na strane zla. Princíp vzájomného pôsobenia a fungovania takýchto kruhov sily je založený na fyzikálnych zákonoch tohoto sveta.
A circle of power is a tool to enhance the spiritual and metaphysical abilities of those who enter it. But what these abilities will be aimed at depends on the intention of the people who are included in this circle. The goal of dark forces is to establish the sole authority of Satan over the entire world and to subordinate all people to his will. The goal of light forces is to assess God's will in the material world, and also to give everyone the right to choose on whose side to be and who to become, an angel, an eternally alive creation of God, or a subpersonality, an ever-hungry evil spirit, to go to hell, to experience terrible torments, and to ultimately die the second time. A question arises, why exactly 12, and what is the circle of power? Let's examine this together. I think the best way is to start with a simple understanding of what a circle actually is, and what sacred meaning does it carry. Knowledge about the sacred meaning of a circle is recorded in the symbols and signs on rock drawings, frescoes, and house walls, as well as on archaeological items found all over the world. The same knowledge has been preserved in the architecture of ancient temples, buildings, and simple dwellings, marquees and yurts. Traditional ritual actions of various religions also reflect this knowledge. For instance, ritual walking in a circle around a certain territory or building, performance of circular dances, ritual dances around an invisible scent of fire or a sacred place, spinning of shamans and dervishes, solemn sitting of sages in a circle of communication where the center of the circle was empty, as a symbol of the spiritual nature.
Čo sú to za znalosti? V rôznych kultúrach sveta sa kruhu pripisuje úloha univerzálneho amuletu, ktorý vytvára posvetnú bariéru, ktorá chráni človeka a jeho svätý pokoj pred akýmikoľvek silami zla zo záhrobného sveta. Kruh, kružnica, ktorá symbolicky
A circle is circumference which symbolically bordered and contained within itself a part of the great void. In ancient legends and religious traditions, an empty circle was regarded as a symbol of the soul, eternity, and the spiritual world, an existence that has neither beginning nor end. Sometimes together with a circle, elements were depicted that gave it dynamics. For instance, wings, lotus petals, rays, winged snakes, and tongues of flames. This meant the spiritual growth of a human or indicated spiritual knowledge, teaching, introduced into this world by a being from the spiritual world. It also showed the direct the movement from the inside to the outside, which is a characteristic of the power of the soul that pushes personality towards choosing and searching for spiritual ways in order to get liberated from the captivate of matter.
If we talk about circles of power, they are formed by both those who sincerely serve God and those who serve the devil. The number of participants in such groups is usually 12 plus 1. One of the fundamental differences is the arrangement of participants in the group. This is reflected in the most ancient sacral structures. We suggest watching a fragment of the interview with Andrei Burovsky, Doctor of Philosophy, Professor, Archaeologist and Historian.
Ivory stone circle, on the other hand, is much less well known. These are colossal stones buried in the ground, and very often they are 13 in number. 12 stones, and slightly away the 13th, the bigger one, or 12 stones with the 13th in the center. This was done by pagans long before Christianity, long before the concept of the apostles and the 13th, Christ, crowning the number. It undoubtedly has a sacred meaning, and when performing the ritual, it wasn't by chance that this number was chosen.
In a power circle of dark forces, the 13th person is always placed in the center of the circle, and all participants of the act of power give their energy to the 13th, thus nurturing the strongest demon in him. In fact, the 13th grows at the expense of the power of those who are in the circle. Let's watch another fragment from the interview with Andrei Burovsky, Doctor of Philosophy.
Let me clarify. 12 is a sacred number because it's the number of the apostles. It's a typical number in Christianity, and even today, there still should be 12 members of a jury. They are like apostles deciding everything, so it's humane, very humane, the court, humane decision. It implies such a number of people deciding, right? And why does the demonic number 13, the devil's dozen, arise? First of all, try to divide 13. 12 can be divided by 3, by 2, and by 4, and also by 6. It's a convenient number. But 13 is an inconvenient one. 13 is an uncontrollable number. And in all, let's call things by the proper names, satanic cults. The cults using Christian symbolism, but not being Christian in essence. They used a devil's dozen. That very 13th experienced person. Not just the 13th experienced one. But there are 13 of us. And we oppose something convenient, humane, and controllable. We are uncontrollable. But at the same time, there is another unpleasant thing. There are 13 of us. We surrender to some kind of power, but what kind of power? The 13th closed the circle of power only in case people were claiming some kind of power or to perform a particular ritual. The number 12 did not arise by chance. I cannot explain what exactly is going on when 12 people are together. But of course, first of all, these people influence each other, 13 and 12. And secondly, we don't know in what situations these 13 people can amplify or create any natural energies. That's what we have just talked about. Some strange underground temple, and there are exactly 13 people in it. Moreover, these 13 people, if they are people of the Christian world, cannot help but think about who they worship.
Thank you very much, Andrei Mikhailovich. We see numerous examples where a group of 12 plus 1 people direct their efforts on achieving authority and wealth in this world. The energy which leaders of the elite derive from dark occult practices give them power to rule the world. They do not disdain anything, following animal desires that blindfold them. Both Alexander of Macedon and Hitler in the Third Reich had such satanic circles. If we look at the modern pop and fashion industry, we can see the same thing there, starting from show business and up to the high circles and politics. People organize closed groups and clubs where, in their service to Satan, which also includes human sacrifices, they nurture in the circle the 13th, most powerful demon whom everyone has to obey. In this way, they influence the minds of other people, forcing their little demons to obey the stronger one. After all, there is no equality in the hierarchy of demons. A weaker demon always obeys the stronger demon. If we take the description of a circle of power and what is said about it in magic, as it is described in magic grimoires, we find the following information. Cornelius Agrippa, a 14th century German astrologer, philosopher, physician, alchemist, and occultist, claimed that geometric figures themselves have magic power. He said that a circle is called an infinite line, having neither beginning nor end, but containing both a beginning and an end at each of its points. Cornelia Agrippa.
A magic circle is necessary for creation of a working area. This means that it protects a mage from extraneous energies and creates a special charged atmosphere different from the one that on the other side. It promotes concentration and accordingly increases the personal power of the mage when he performs the ritual. What do we know about the ancient secret society, the Ninth Circle of Satan? This information directly concerns top officials of states and heads of world religions. The Ninth Circle of Satan controls religious organizations as well as occult orders and all branches of Freemasons. This is the visible part of the modern pyramid of power. So what is the ancient secret order, the Ninth Circle of Satan? In modern civilization, this organization began its existence in the time of Sumerians, when the first authority over people appeared. It was exactly the representatives of the Ninth Circle of Satan who made child sacrifices, mostly of infants, in order to increase their power over people. Since then, and to this day, representatives of the Ninth Circle of Satan have been at the top of the world's elite, and there is quite a lot of information about this. It is interesting that even under a building in the Vatican there is a large round room and a ritual table placed in its center. 13 catacomb chambers lead to that room. Once again, we encounter the sacral number 13 and the shape of a circle.
13 is a symbolism, a designation of the highest circle of power. As for who uses this power and with what intentions, that's already another question. In a circle of power of light forces, the presence of the 13th plays an important role because the 13th is the most spiritually mature being, a person who gained spiritual freedom and is connected with the spiritual world. Through this person, the group is nourished, it grows and develops, receiving additional powers from the spiritual world. As we can see, the difference is enormous, and in this case, the 13th does not have to be in the same place as the group and stands in the center. He or she can be anywhere.
The number of people in such a working group plays an important role in empowering the group. The number of people in a group can range from a minimum of 3 to a maximum of 13. If the number of people in the circle of power is 13, then such a circle is called a full circle of power. If it is less than 13, it will be just a circle of power. From time to time, the composition of the working group is renewed for one reason or another. Those who leave the group are replaced by the most worthy of aspirants.
This principle was well traced in the order of Knights Templar. The order consisted of 2 circles of initiates, the inner circle and the outer circle. The inner circle consisted of those who preserved knowledge and served as generators of spiritual power, so to say. The outer circle was made up of the majority of the members of the order. The outer circle was sort of a spiritual school in which, through strict external discipline of the bodies, people learn to develop internal discipline of the spirit.
In a working group, it is important for its participants to be synchronized, otherwise there will be an internal dissonance and the necessary work will not be implemented. Depending on the synchronization of group members among themselves and the quality of their inner work, the group is divided into open and closed. If we speak about group that serves the interests of the spiritual world, such a group becomes open when at least one participant is distracted by the thoughts from consciousness and is not completely focused on the inner work. Then, through such a person, there is access to the group for some material forces that impair the quality of the work. A closed group is distinguished by the fact that in it the participants concentrate as much as possible on the practice and thus close the group from any influence from the outside. At the invisible level, a synchronized, closed group is a single entity. The work of such a group is aimed at accelerated spiritual growth of its participants, as well as for the work on the level of the 6th dimension. At the level of the 6th dimension, there is a beginning of events at the energetic level, which are then embodied in the 3-dimensionality. It should be noted that the groups serving Satan also work in the 6th dimension, forming the necessary events. This is the maximum dimension in which the dark can work. Therefore, the main confrontation is in the invisible world takes place on the level of the 6th dimension.
Kruhy sily, ktoré slúžia duchovnému svetu, existovali vždy. A ľudí, ktorí tvorili tieto skupiny, nazývali geliármi. Poďme si pozrieť úryvok z relácie s účasťou váženého Igora.
Let's watch a video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov's service.
And who are Geliars after all?
Geliars, more correctly, are the warriors of light. That is, those who fight on the side of the spiritual world against the system itself, against the devil himself in this world that belongs precisely to the prince of this world, to Satan. Their actions take place not in the visible world, but on the side of the invisible. This is Geliarship, let's say, in the highest sense. However, it should be understood that Geliarship is subdivided. From time immemorial, there have been several levels of this service. The very first steps, well, or more correctly, Geliars of the 3rd level, or the beginners. They were those who fought, well, against such beings as sorcerers, conducts, and all the rest. Their actions were connected with the visible and invisible sides. The second level was represented by those who fought, say, with the system itself or with the devil himself at the point of origin of events. They didn't allow these events to originate, meaning locally. Well, what does this mean? After all, any action that we see happening has a cause. We observe a consequence, while the cause originates at the invisible level. Thus their goal and task was to localize those places where a negative force arises, which later on somehow badly affects or weakens people's spiritual component, or strengthens some negative pressure on people. Well, and the highest form for people is the first group of such people. The first group is those who are closer to Maria's service as the highest form, and their task is to bring such crucial decisions into this world, say. Their main function is to bring the Allat power here, into this world, which is then passed on the weaker ones. Well, figuratively, if I may say so, in a spiritual sense, so that they would get filled with this power and would be able to withstand the system itself. Also, their duties, in the highest sense of the Galiarship service, included precisely opposition to what is now happening massively. That is containment of the natural forces, which take many lives. But they may not influence people's choice, that's the problem. They cannot stop wars unleashed by people because it's people's choice. Under Satan's dictation, well, it's people who choose, and no one can void people's choice.
It's important to know one fact. The precursor for the creation of monasteries was precisely the desire of people to create such circles of power and serve the spiritual world. At first glance, it seems logical. Nothing distracts and one can work on oneself in peace. But experience has shown the opposite. It is better for the spiritual growth of a person when he is among people. After all, when a person hides from the world in a monastery, the temptations for such a person become stronger. After all, they do not see real life, and the demons in their heads draw colorful fantasies. Being in the world, a person sees and knows the illusory nature and emptiness of these temptations. He or she sees the truth and understands reality. For the more temptations and trials they pass, the more hardened the warrior's spirit becomes. That is why it is easier to give up the illusions of existence. Staying among people is also important because the warrior of spirit learns not to lose touch with the spiritual world in different difficult situations. And this is a very important point because then when working in a group under special conditions, it will be much easier for them to enter an altered state of consciousness, to perform their practice, and not to be distracted by thoughts of consciousness.
What's interesting is that every time prophets and messengers of the spiritual world came to the world, the work of forming such circles of power was activated, which had a tremendous positive impact on the life of all humanity. You can learn more about this in the 16th issue of the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Healers, Warriors of Light. The circle of force, the circle of power, is conditioned by the physics of this world. There is a direct connection between the geometry of space and physics, and this is where a very interesting thing happens with the circle. After all, in the circle, there is an even distribution of energy within the entire circle. What do you think happens to people who are together in one circle? What is interesting is that if a group of people are doing spiritual practices or prayers together, it is just recommended that people take up the position of the circle. When people are in a unified aspiration, let's say when they are doing spiritual practices, striving for the world of spirituality, then there is a resonance between the people in that circle. It's a resonance of It is a response. People's inner powers and potential are multiplied when they are in a unified aspiration.
Luckily, there are still people who are willing to unselfishly devote their lives to service in its true meaning, serving God, the spiritual world, and helping people. There is a very important aspect here. Helping people goes in spiritual terms, but also lays a solid foundation for building a decent society of equal people. Equal in Russian sounds like равных, which means Ra in them, that is, God in them. The key in each person's life is the choice of what to devote his or her temporary life to. The choice of units ultimately determines the choice of society as a whole. Therefore, how quickly we can also together build such a society without wars and bloodshed, where human life comes first, depends on everyone. It is a society where everyone will be protected not only socially but also spiritually. This, my friend, is the creative society. Spiritual development is a personal choice for each person, and everyone decides for himself how to live his life.
For effective spiritual development, you need knowledge about how to do it right and about what this world really is, by what laws it lives and develops. In human society, there are a huge number of traditions that take away both the material and the spiritual life of a human. And in order to survive in this cruel world, one must answer the questions. The following questions that I will voice right now. Who am I? What is the meaning of life? And what will happen to me after the death of the physical body? Right now, we suggest you to watch the film Entrance to Paradise.
I live in a constant stream of events, from morning till night, figuring things out with someone, earning money, rejoicing and getting sad. Today is my birthday. On this day, I always look back to sum up what I have lived. I see a constant race again. This whole year has flown by like a speeding express train. The same street, the same day. How many more are left for me? All of them will fly by like this one. What's in the end? A tombstone like this? Will the descendants come with flowers? Yeah. Why should I care? Where will I be? Will anyone alive be able to help me? Wait. I have a feeling that I'm missing the point. The most important thing is, what will be next?
When we face the inevitability of death, we begin to understand that we are only small cogs in a huge mechanism of the system, which, thanks to our illusions and our silly desires, got into the global system of deception. Live like everyone else and die like everyone else, and you will have a path to heaven. But what is heaven? And does it really exist? And where to look for it? Do you know that for the past 6,000 years, the theme of remembering the dead has been widely popularized and actively supported in the masses by rites and rituals throughout the world? Violation of these traditions is considered a manifestation of disrespect for the memory of the ancestors. Do we actually think about what really happens to us, living people, during the commemoration of the deceased? Let's look into this question. Every nation has its own rituals, traditions, and ceremonies. Here are some examples. So, in Orthodoxy, it is generally accepted to bury the deceased on the third day, then give several times awake. The Church recommends remembering the deceased as often as possible, treating with sweet food, serving notes, and putting candles for the deceased, ordering a memorial service. Every morning, the believer should remember the deceased in prayer. Catholicism has similar traditions, with some differences in memorial days. Only Catholics are recommended to pray for the deceased also before going to bed. Buddhists of China have made up an original solution. They were the first to open an afterlife bank, which issues money and credit cards of the underworld. In China, it is believed that money is necessary for the dead to live a decent life and to bribe the Lord of Hell during the trial. And the Buddhists of Japan, on the days of Obon, commemorate their departed ancestors in front of the home altar with tablets on which the names of the deceased are inscribed, and through them they communicate with the dead as with the living. In Judaism, the main period of mourning lasts for 7 days after the funeral. The first 3 days, the 3 days of mourning, the days of the deepest personal grief, are especially important. Jews remember the dead 4 times a year on feast days. By remembering the deceased, a person connects with the netherworld. It is an invisible world. It conceals a lot of things that are dangerous for human beings on the energetic level and may have serious consequences on the physical plane. Deterioration of health, problems in relations between people, and mental disorders. Shamans, witches, sorcerers have always known about this. They use this knowledge in their practices and tell people about it. The knowledge that by addressing the dead we give them our vital energy has survived to this day. Modern mages do know about it.
In general, the cemetery is such that we have them. Why? Well, for me, to the earth is somehow, roughly speaking, we live in a body which then just dies, and to burn it is the easiest thing to do, to dispose of and forget about it. Is it better for the soul that's in the body? Of course. Why tie the soul to some place? What is it for? Is it attached to that place where the body is buried? Of course, and why tie it? Because if a person really wanted to live, didn't want to die, then of course he gets attached to some, then he walks, comes to his relatives in dreams, he comes, not even understands right away that they have died, as far as according to my sensations, when I had some moments of such kind, I understand that not everyone, I mean if a person dies instantly and they just don't understand, it's better not to tie up, of course. What for?
And where did the ritual of burying the body came from in the first place, after all, before
Christianity? It was imposed, of course, it's imposed. Because what Christianity could not cope with, it was introduced into Christian faith. The same Easter, it's absolutely old, just a little bit twisted. The same Easter, the same holidays on the wheel of the year, the solstice. Everything was eradicated, everything was burned. There was no such thing as burying somewhere in any culture. It was later imposed. In my opinion, it's better not to litter the earth. What for?
I'm a mediator.
But what do the dead want? What do they need it for?
First of all, energy. I'm completely powerless. I mean, they constantly eat my energy. Secondly, I communicate with those deceased who come along with people. For example, I see that a deceased person who calls himself Vladimir comes with a person. I say, Vladimir has come along with you. And they already say what they want to convey to that person. That is, a sister comes. My brother Vladimir died. Let's ask him, what do you want to convey? Or, for example, what will he say? A session might last from 50 minutes to 3 hours. I transmit absolutely anything he has to say. The information comes from here. They need it. People themselves request it, and the dead already know what a person wants to find out.
So first of all, they need energy.
Energy.
Can you describe what kind of energy they need? What do you think?
The energy that is inside me, the energy of life. This is what the dead need.
Even a dead person who brought a relative or an acquaintance and who wants to know something about him, has he still come for your energy or for the energy of this person whom he brought to you?
No, if he was present with this particular person he came with, he is always present along with him. Then, of course, he eats that person. If I stay in touch with him, then either he eats me or both of us at the same time. In other words, he drains vital energy out of us both. I actually don't recommend people to go to the cemeteries much. After all, what is living, while in cemeteries there are the dead, a lot of the dead. And in any case, the atmosphere there is such that just walking through a cemetery, a person doesn't feel the energy flowing out of him. He feels comfortable, calm, and very peaceful. There is a very viscid energy of peace, but after a while, that is, a person can feel so comfortable there that some people tell me I even want to lie down and fall asleep. It's so quiet and peaceful, but after a certain while, a person feels that he has been eaten at best. At worst, you can take someone with you from there.
Unconsciously?
Unconsciously.
Do you have to deal with the deceased in your practice? Contact them. Why contact them? They themselves contact. I don't practice mediumism, communication with the dead and so on, but in my practice people who are attached to the deceased often come. Meaning a person died in a family. He was mourned for a long time. They could not let him go and he remained here. As a rule, such that people take energy. They cannot remain here in another way. They can stay here only if they feed on the vital energy of another person who mourns for him. It usually affects the person who is alive very negatively. In the end, the dead can also take the alive with him too, even if he is not supposed to. For example, according to the milestone of death, it is not predestined. Yes, I deal with such cases. So I rush them out to the cemetery so that they leave, because they can't leave and can't be alive either, so they dangle around. If such dead people are here for a very long time, they become very harsh entities that hate everyone. Because at the beginning the soul has a residual consciousness. In other words, he or she remembers who she or he is, why he died, he grieves and misses. Later, this residual consciousness is erased and only the desire to live remains. Because this soul has not gone to rebirth. It remains here and sees it all, how people live, eat, drink, laugh, smile, walk, swim. They do everyday things. This soul also wants to do those things, but it can't. And in the end, the consciousness begins to be erased and creepy entities appear which hate and begin to harm. Such souls turn into all kinds of poltergeists and ghosts who ruin people's lives, who consciously ruin because they hate. Such souls must be let go. They don't leave later, do they? They stay between worlds. Yes, they must be let go. I mean, you have to do certain actions in order to let that soul go up. Because it's stuck here. It can't leave on its own. It can't do that as it just doesn't remember who it is and what it is. It only remembers that it must hate them. I mean, it hated them at first because they are alive and it doesn't, and then it just hates them and it doesn't remember anything else.
Why is it important for them to be commemorated? Memory is energy. The memory, the recitation is everything you give them. It's an energy charge which is strong enough. Do they feed on it? Of course. There is another interesting point. When you commemorate hungry spirits, they feed on our energy, and there is this practice in religions, almost in all religions, to commemorate the dead. Don't we do the same thing every day when we remember our relatives? Of course. We do. So we feed them. Of course. And that's why we see them in dreams, so it's like a reminder. In dreams, it depends on how you see them. What do you see in your dream? In fact, it's not always about the memory. It can be about a certain sign. But as for commemoration, remembrance, Easter, all those holidays, it is interesting that on Easter we remember our relatives, and in paganism it is Easter. Actually, in every pagan feast of the year, which precisely matches our religious feast, there is the commemoration of deceased relatives, and the appeal to the kin is generally considered in all religions to be a very, very important part of a person's life, to remember deceased relatives. Accordingly, there is a certain power in this. The same tradition may not last for so long, and it has been for 2000 years, and nobody knows how many years before, if it does not work.
Nowadays, scientists have begun to study this topic as well. When we come to church, if you come with an open soul, with a pure heart, and with joy, you will feel this upsurge, both during the service and just when you come to put a candle there. In the cemetery, the state is completely different. Well, in those cemeteries where we measured, I will not talk about all of them. I don't know what is going on in Komarovo cemetery. Maybe the situation is completely different there. But in places where we measured, there are typical geonegative zones. I mean, it puts pressure on people. And being there for a long time suppresses the state, of course. In general, we usually go to the cemetery to commemorate someone or to a funeral. We stay there for a while and then leave. But why is the tradition of commemorating the dead so popular in society and supported by people themselves? People usually want to help their deceased relatives, but do they actually? That is the question.
However, there is no knowledge on the subject of how, let's say, not to give away life, but to support a subpersonality. After all, by and large, if we face the truth, it's not appropriate for the alive to feed the dead, meaning it's not right to share one's life with the dead, but we cannot forget them either. And here, a little inner dissonance also arises. On the one hand, there are people dear to us who have passed away, and there is a desire to help them. There are various rites for this, many different methods. However, the thing is that when we commemorate them, when we worry about this, even a trite memory which touches us inside, this is exactly sharing life with them. It relieves their state for a short period of time, but doesn't solve their problem, while it turns out that we lose the opportunity
of spiritual realization.
Of our spiritual realization. In a certain sense, this is so. We exchange life because we share it with a subpersonality due to our sorrows which come from consciousness and from everything. And we will have to remember them too, because we have nothing else to do. Consciousness will remind us, and they will remind of themselves, and so on. The topic is very grave and acute. I would say, on the one hand, if we look at how beneficial this is for the system, how it promotes this cult of subpersonality, how it promotes the fact that we must remember and commemorate them, it is quite acute. But here, as you are saying, and you are absolutely right in this case, that whole institutions will be established on the basis of this knowledge, which will distort and support precisely the cult of subpersonality, won't they?
Who am I? What did I come into this world for? I'm a journalist, but it's my profession. A woman, but this is my gender. A mother. These are just roles that I play. It's just a part of me. Everything in this world has a beginning and an end. I will also leave this world someday. And yet, I feel there is something else in me. Something real, dear, incomparable to anything else. Something that never dies. But what happens to it afterwards? How can all these tombstones, all the things people do here, help those who are already there?
Funerals are among the saddest and most unpleasant aspects of human life. It is very hard to be parted with family, friends, and loved ones forever. But that's just the way our life is structured. Sooner or later, each of us will face a funeral. Everything in this world has a beginning and an end, and the mortality of matter is one of the basic laws of the material world. Not surprisingly, there are many superstitions and beliefs connected with this mournful and frightening funeral rite. Christianity still maintains traditions that go back centuries. Here are some of them that relate to the deceased. The deceased's eyes are closed. Maidens are dressed in wedding clothes. Mirrors must be covered, and much more. Besides meaningless signs, there is another important recommendation that pregnant women and young children must not go to a funeral. Exactly this one should be followed, because the concepts of life and death are opposite to each other, although they are successors. Pregnant women and children have weakened energy. Thus, visiting cemeteries can lead to collecting a completely unnecessary negative energy. The Jews have their own signs and rituals associated with funerals. After the funeral, when the person is hidden underground, relatives should tear the clothes near the heart. This symbolizes the emotions of loss and grief coming out. Traditions in Judaism do not allow one to look at the deceased person. Their understanding is that the deceased should be remembered as alive, not dead. Embalming and cremation are forbidden in Judaism. Do you know that there are peoples in the modern world whose burial rituals for the dead can shock anyone? These people firmly believe that by observing their customary funeral rites, the deceased go to heaven. This means that they will also go to heaven if their loved ones continue this tradition. The unusual funeral rites of different peoples can tell us a lot, not only about how people live, but also about how death and the afterlife are understood in their environment. Suspended burials. Members of the Chinese Bo ethnic group are thought to have been the first to begin hanging coffins. The oldest found burials of such kind were made 2,500 years ago. In China's Three Gorges, Kuatang area, the Kuatang Gorge is famous for the grandeur and steepness of its cliffs. People believed that the mountains were a ladder between the earthly world and the heavenly world. In addition, the inhabitants wanted to keep the dead from being defiled by enemies and animals. It was also a way to save valuable land for agriculture in areas where land is scarce. Similar coffins have been found on rocks in the Philippines and Indonesia. Swamp burials. In the Middle Ages, people not only frequently drowned in the bogs of Europe, but also deliberately submerged their dead in them, doing archaeologists and anthropologists a great service. The chemical composition of box preserves corpses in near perfect condition indefinitely. According to the Hindu religion, the bodies of deceased Hindus are cremated on the banks of the Ganges, and the ashes are scattered over its water surface. Frequently, the lower castes of Indian society, who cannot afford to cremate their dead relatives, throw the corpses of half-burned remains into the water, to the delight of fish and scavengers. Others perform ritual ablutions to wash away their sins. Another shocking ritual tradition that still exists in Hinduism is sati, according to which a widow should be burned with her dead husband. It was not uncommon that a widow was induced to enter the pyre by her relatives or community members. Sati is still found in India, mainly in rural areas. Self-mummification, soku shimbutsu, is a strange ritual that is simply beyond comprehension. It existed in Japan from the 11th to the 19th century, being a religious ritual rather than a perverse form of suicide. It is a process that involves several stages. First, the monks would eat only nuts and seeds from the local forest, as a result of which the fat layer would disappear. Then, the next stage began, mortification of the flesh, when the monk would eat only tree bark and roots and drink a minimal amount of water. At the third stage, the monk would drink only special teas infused with the sap of the lacquer tree. If despite all the above tortures the person remained alive, he would crawl on his own through a narrow slit into a stone bag, which was supposed to become his grave. If the mummification was successful, the body was exhibited as a divine manifestation of the Buddha. Heavenly burials. The local funeral ritual in Tibet consists of feeding the bodies of the deceased to vultures. When a Tibetan dies, a lama recites prayers from the Tibetan Book of the Dead over his body for 24 hours. After 3 days, the closest friend takes the wrapped body blessed by the lama to the place of burial. There, the hair of the deceased is cut off, the corpse is chopped up with knives and axes, and the bones are crushed. Mixing all this with flour, vultures complete the work of disposing of the remains, and wild dogs often assist them. Since ancient times, the Engu tribe has terrified their neighbors with their acts of cannibalism. And nowadays, unprepared people are shocked by an unusual funeral ritual. They mummify the bodies of their dead by hot smoking. Such a ritual is not seen anywhere else on earth today. They smoke their dead in the smoke. When the mummy is ready, it is carried to the mountain and placed in a special basket or on a chair, with all possible honors. The Engu believe that mummies of warriors placed on the rock in front of the village become guardians and protectors of their people from evil spirits. During celebrations and important events in the life of the tribe, they are removed from the cliffs and brought to the village, where they are given different signs of respect and then returned to their place. In the South Pacific, indigenous inhabitants have inhuman rituals. The funeral ceremony of nobles is accompanied by the brutal killing, strangulation of relatives, friends, and slaves of the deceased, which can number up to 20 people. The first victims are their spouses. The indigenous people and their priests believe that in the spirit world they can serve the deceased. Some live to live, and some live to die. Most of us don't like to think or talk about death, but not all of us do. For the inhabitants of the Toraja district on the Indonesian island of Sulawesi, the dead are part of everyday life. Every 3 years they hold the Mat Nene festival. Mat Nene is a purification ceremony for the dead. During this festival, the locals remove their dead from the graves, wash their bodies, have their pictures taken with their families, and then return the coffins to the crypts. Crying and mourning are forbidden during the ritual. An obligatory part of the Mat Nene is taking a picture with the deceased. Some Toraja hire a professional photographer for a family portrait. The younger generation takes selfies with the deceased. The Toraja have a special attitude towards everything related to death, and the funeral is one of the most important events in life. Before ending up in the crypt, the deceased may be a neighbor of their living relatives for many years. All this time, family members take daily care of the corpse, which is preserved with formalin. The deceased is washed and dressed. Food and cigarettes are brought to him. Guests visit him. At night, lights must be kept on in the room where the coffin is located. During the funeral, the relatives of the deceased must sacrifice buffaloes, which according to the belief of the people will take the soul of the deceased to heaven. They believe that buffaloes are strong animals that can open the gates of heaven. The Toraja people spend their lives saving up money for their own funerals and the funerals of their relatives. In order to earn that money, the Toraja have to leave their home to earn money. They mostly do business or work in the mines. The Toraja believe that after a person is buried, they go through several stages of the afterlife and end up in puja, the place where their soul is reincarnated. The Toraja continue to regard the dead as part of the family and even speak of them in the present tense. In the Toraja culture, the status of a person and his family is determined by how he is buried, not by how he lived. But the most valuable thing for a person is life. Nowadays, there are members of the Toraja people who want to break out of this circle where you have no choice, where you have to work all your life to earn money for a lavish funeral. They run away and don't maintain connections with their relatives. Certainly, these people who want to break this vicious cycle can be understood. As we see, funeral rites are a natural and habitual part of life for many. By observing rites and signs, people try to help the deceased in their afterlife fate, securing their own lives, and support the dead in this world. But who do we really help? In matters of after-death fate, everything is so, to put it politely, distorted, twisted, and on purpose, due to fear, due to a lack of understanding, but most often on purpose, which is actually unsurprising today. People are afraid to talk about it, because they have nothing to talk about. There is just ignorance as to what happens, although again, in ancient times, people knew what happens, why and how. It's a natural physical process. It is absolutely natural. You know, like an apple falling on one's head. I've just recalled Newton. If a person is sitting under an apple tree, an apple will come off and fall on their head, regardless of what nationality or religion they are. Any person sitting under a tree, under an apple tree, if an apple is falling right on their head, it will fall. Why? The laws of physics, friends. And it's the same here, the trivial laws of physics. Well...
Great. So it's the same for all.
We don't want it. We don't really want it, you see. It turns out that in one religion it should happen this way, in another religion it should happen that way. Whereas an apple, frankly speaking, doesn't care about. your skin color, your status, or your religious belief. It just falls. It's the same with after-death fate. It happens exactly the same. For everyone, absolutely for everyone. I understand that some might argue, we have it this way, we have it that way. My friends, believe me, all of you will be convinced that everything happens in the same way for everyone, and no one will escape it. There is only one difference. Someone goes to the higher world, while someone becomes a subpersonality or goes to what is called hell. It's the same for everyone. No one can escape it.
Why are we always in a hurry? Hasten. Where to? What for? And all this we call life? What is life, actually? Why is it given to us? Is it just to build a house, plant a tree, raise a son? Is that all?
So who is actually a human? When we ask people this question, in most cases we hear the same answers. A human is a body, a being who can think, feel, move in space. All other answers will be similar to this. As a consequence, we have funeral rites, commemoration of the dead, signs and superstitions, expensive and unusual cemeteries. One gets the impression that the meaning of our life is only to live it in a beautiful way. But all this happens because we do not know where we really go. Fear of the unknown pushes us to observe signs and rituals, and most people consider this pure formality as a pass to heaven, as an entrance ticket. But is this so? In today's society, the keys to spiritual knowledge have been lost, and people don't know who they really are. This makes life of billions essentially meaningless. When it is not clear what will happen next, it is not clear what should be done now, in life, why to live. For many centuries, the absence of freely available primordial knowledge has opened up the possibility of manipulating humanity to a narrow circle of people, allowing them to impose values and meanings alien to most people. So, a human is mortal, suddenly mortal, and we don't know what awaits us tomorrow. Only directly facing death we suddenly realize that we haven't done the most important thing. And if we haven't done the main thing, we haven't done anything. What should we do? Should we continue to follow rituals in the hope of the promises of traditions, or get to the bottom of the question? Even in ancient times, people had access to the knowledge that humans are dual, that there is a spiritual and a material nature in them. Studies of modern scientists confirm that human life does not end after the death of the physical body.
The earthly life we're living now, which is finite and limited, seems to be only the tiniest slice of our eternal, real, immortal life. In my near-death experience research, and I've studied over 3,500 near-death experiences, what happens when you have a near-death experience is that consciousness separates from the body. It's called an out-of-body experience. It's just existing apart from the physical body. And it certainly exists apart from the physical brain. So what seems to be eternal in the information from near-death experiences is non-physical. It's not physical like the rest of our human beings. It's not composed of cells. It's not composed of physical matter. Throughout all of near-death experiences, movement is described as non-physical, communication is non-physical, in near-death experiences, they almost invariably say time is either radically different from our earthly life or doesn't exist at all, more commonly. So it's really a realm that is non-physical, and that's the good news. Again, that's the near-death experience. While it does point to eternal life, it points to a non-physical eternal life. Energy is a possible way to conceptualize that which is described in near-death experiences. I'm not sure that's a complete or totally accurate assessment. Talking about my near-death experience research, the great news, and certainly incredibly reassuring to me as a cancer doctor, is that we do live, every shred of evidence in the near-death experience is that we do have life after death. Over and over, people that have near-death experiences describe being unconscious or clinically dead from some accident or illness which nearly kills them. And so at that time when they should have no conscious experience, they do have a very highly lucid near-death experience. And there's a mountain of evidence in that near-death experience that consciousness, who we are, all that we are, everything that we are, does survive bodily death in a non-physical form. And that, as best we can tell, it seems to have an eternal existence. At an absolute minimum, it is an existence far beyond the number of years we know in our earthly life.
There is more and more material coming out about what life after death is, what the existence is. Actually, I would say the possibility of existence of a spiritual body separate from the material body. And this is pretty convincing. The most recent and most convincing data for me is the data on people who have experienced clinical death. And this information was first brought up by Raymond Moody back in the 90s. He wrote a book about this subject, cited some cases. Then Kubler-Ross wrote a book. And since the 90s, there have been scientific studies. They have been simultaneously conducted in different countries, and now there is a community that deals with these cases. It's called clinical death, an out-of-body experience, that is, leaving the body, because it describes precise classification of all these situations. Moreover, the website of this organization has more than 4,000 testimonies of people who have experienced clinical death and had some kind of sensation afterwards. We understand that now, with the development of surgery, especially cardiovascular surgery, a lot of people go into cardiac arrest during surgery. And then, after a few minutes, they manage to get it all restarted and people come back to life. There is a classification of what people experience. First of all, it is leaving the body. And many people even observe what is happening around. There was an interesting case described in one of the books, when a person was under anesthesia during surgery. At that moment he left his body and observed what was happening. He saw him being intubated, that is, a tube was inserted into his throat, and the nurse took out an artificial jaw and put it in the bedside table. Then there was a surgery. He was clinically dead, had some experiences, and then, literally a few days later, when he woke up in the intensive care unit, he asked, "Where's my dentures?" The nurse says, "Oh, it was somewhere." And he added, "Well, you put it in a drawer, in the second drawer in the surgery." That's the most vivid confirmation. There are a number of cases where people have talked about what they saw, what the surgeons were talking about, and it was all confirmed. And the second option is when people actually fly away somewhere, and they see a tunnel with a bright light at the end of it. It's also a fairly common occurrence. And for many people, that's where the feeling ends. But some other ones meet dead relatives, friends, or some light creatures telling them, everything is very good, but it's too early for you, go back. So it is also a very common case. And when it's not just one or two, but thousands of cases that have been verified and described by surgeons themselves, it's already convincing. There was extensive research conducted in Denmark. Several surgical hospitals participated in the survey, interviewing people who had been clinically dead literally right after resuscitation, while they were still in intensive care. So it was a fresh experience, and they found that about 15% of people who had experienced clinical death went into this altered state. The same numbers, about 15%, have been found in other studies. So this shows that such a phenomenon really exists. It can no longer be attributed simply to some transformations of brain processes. Of course, there have been lots of attempts to explain it simply by the fact that the brain is beginning to rebuild, that some hallucinogenic substances are being released there, so more or less like this. But these hypotheses are untenable. There is in scientific journals, and there are already such ones that consider these issues. It was shown that such hypotheses are purely materialistic. They do not justify themselves after all. Therefore, this suggests that we can now say with a high degree of validity that yes, we have our material body, and after death it reverts back to dust. But there is also a certain informative, spiritual essence which remains.
The question arises, what goes out of the human body, and what is left in this world? To answer this question, let's look at the energy structure of a human.
The human being is the most mysterious creation on the planet. The human body seems to be a perfect biomachine which performs a variety of functions, not only on the outside, but also on the inside. We move in three-dimensional space, perform various tasks, make decisions, process information, and communicate. However, there is something unaccounted for, which modern equipment cannot yet detect, but which can be clearly felt by a human. It is the subtle material component of a human being which is invisible to the eye, the human energy structure. The energy structure has the form of a truncated pyramid with a detached top. The square base of the pyramid is divided into 4 parts by a diagonal cross. A person is located in the center of the diagonal cross, which divides the space around him into 4 parts that have volume. In other words, there are 4 triangular-shaped spaces in front, behind, and on each side of the person. These spaces are zones of the essences. Moreover, the human body emits the so-called biofield. This biofield is non-uniform in its frequency characteristics, because the frequency emitted by the brain differs from the frequency of other organs such as kidneys or liver. That's why the human biofield is multicolored. Now let's take a closer look at the detached top of the pyramid. The top is located about 1/2 meter or 1.5 feet above the tip of the head. This distance is approximate because every person is unique. It is here, in the conventional top of the pyramid, that thoughts are born. Personality is located in the center of the top. Personality is what any person feels himself to be during life. It is the one who makes a choice between the spiritual and animal natures, draws conclusions, does analytical work, and accumulates personal experience of dominant feelings and emotions. Between the top and the truncated pyramid, there is consciousness, or rather, a field of consciousness that consists of septons. The top of the pyramid is a kind of antenna that constantly receives thoughts. Thoughts in their turn are waves coming from the outside. Now let's take a look at the main and the most important part of the human structure, the soul. The soul is true antimatter, and the rest of the energy structure in 6 dimensions is built around it. If we take the structure of the physical body, the approximate location of the soul, is the solar plexus area, which is the actual center of a human being. The soul enters the developing energy structure of a human being on the 8th day after the birth of the physical body. Between the soul and personality, there is the so-called silver thread. This is the channel which connects the soul and the personality. The soul is continuously sending the power of ALLATRA to personality through this septon channel. The power of ALLATRA is given to a human for personality to merge with the soul. It is this power that constitutes the power of attention. Personality activates those programs to which it gives the power of its attention. If personality puts more attention into the septon field, meaning material existence, then the power of ALLATRA is irrevocably spent on maintaining and developing the material system. As a result, after the death of the body, personality turns into a sub-personality, which is an informational part of the mortal material system. If every day personality gives more attention to the deepest feelings, directing them towards the soul, as a result, a qualitative change of the energy structure takes place, and personality merges with the soul. An entirely new being emerges, a being of the spiritual world. Just like the number of unsolved mysteries of human existence, the process of a human learning his nature is infinite. People still have much to learn, since every answer raises even more questions.
As we can see, a human is not just a body. It is a complex being that has a non-material component, soul and personality, spirit, in addition to the body and energy shells. Soul and personality are what a person actually is. During a human's lifetime, they are separated. To merge personality with the soul, to come as a mature being to the spiritual world, to become an angel. This is the main task for which we are in this world. The state of subpersonality is a real hell. The continued sufferings for tens and sometimes thousands of years. People who did not want to work on themselves, but at the same time did not want to go to hell, had the opportunity to gain a state of rest, a sleeping subpersonality.
Because the state of subpersonality is not life. It is torment. It is punishment.
You know, those people who for some reason do not set for themselves the maximum goals of spiritual salvation will ask themselves a question: how to earn at least peace? What can be done for that?
Well, it was mentioned a long time ago, the tithe.
Unexpectedly.
Yes, you should invest 10% of your attention in your spiritual development every day. That's the minimum. And here again, if a person leads a way of life where he, let's say, deceives people, let's say, slightly serves the system, slightly, I emphasize, he gives short weight, he deceives, he isn't quite honest, he allows a lot of anger in himself, but still, this anger doesn't prevail in him. A person still stops himself, but at the same time, he allows, sort of, an ordinary human weakness, so to speak. In this case, a person needs to spend 20% of his time on spiritual development, that is, to be in practices. This has been so since very ancient times and up to this day.
10%, 20% of attention during the day.
Yes, to put it simply, to be 2.5 or 5 hours in practices every day, and do one's best to be a human being during the day. When did the tithe appear, and what is it in general? Those were the times when people still lived in communities. Those were still the times of the Latyara,
a commune,
of communes. But when this very consumerist format of ours already began to slip in, meaning when the underground people already became active, and this Agartha started coming out, you see, gradually and slowly influencing people's opinions. But as we already discussed quite a long time ago, it happened when a decline in the ALLATRA themselves took place. That is, when the devil had seduced them as well. That's what the decay started from. The community began to slowly slide from the spiritual format to the consumerist one. Back then, there were communities where, as I say, there was everything you needed, and you didn't need anything excessively. But later on, with the decay of spirituality, I'll put it this way, a concept of mine emerged in society.
Private property.
Right, and this private property began to divide the community. In other words, there emerged farmers, there emerged artisans who started crafting something, but there were also people in society who really strove for spirituality and continued spiritual salvation. What solution did the ALLATRA find? After all, it is them who introduced this tithe. That happened a very, very long time before the Torah, let's say. Let me explain. A person works in a field. He has to work from morning till night in order to grow something that is necessary for the whole community. But it is his private property. Let's put it in the modern language. It is his business that started. He needs it in order to exchange his products for clothes or meat because there's another farmer who raises animals, cattle, or a hunter who hunts from morning till night. Do you understand? So a natural exchange process took place. If we put this in modern terms, barter deals took place. You know, such a material exchange. A person didn't even have 2.5 hours. Why? Because he left early in the morning and came back late in the evening. If he would perform practices, he would just fall asleep. That's what actually happened. And for this very reason, the issue arose. Yet, society needed what he grew, or what he made. Society needed that. There was a great need for those very food products, clothes, and so on. Thus, private business started. Own territories appeared. What to do in such a case? Should those people perish, or should they give up their jobs?
If everyone is saving themselves, while there is a part of people who...
Sure, of course. Why? Because when there was a community, everything was distributed, and people had time for practice. Everything was simple. However, with the emergence of private property, people began to split into, let's say, specific occupations. You see, they were forced to. So, couldn't a person even attain peace or what? It is clear that spiritual salvation should be earned on your own. You cannot buy it just like that. So, they came up with a simple formula. A person spent the equivalent of 100% of his attention on growing crops, yet he was supposed to spend at least 10% on attaining peace. So he gave 10% of his harvest to the community. What did the community do? It distributed what was given to it. It was as an equivalent of attention. I'm explaining again, because a person spent his time on that harvest. He spent his attention, his life on growing it. So the 10% were allocated to those people who really engaged in spiritual self-development. And not only that, but they worked for the spiritual world, so to say. They promoted, developed that, and so on. Thus, this percentage was allocated to the service for the spiritual world, to those who defended the rights and tried to retain, let's say, the dominance of the spiritual in the whole society at that time. This way compensation took place.
Where were those funds directed?
If a person, I'll tell you now, if a person dealt with exchange processes, while exchange is trade, people always strove to be more profitable, right? They always tried to make those deals more profitable for themselves. Thus, there was cheating and a little bit of lying. Somewhere, they weighed it wrong. Somewhere, they did something else. Why? Because business began. A person realized that he gave a bad product for a very high price, so to say. What could be done in that case? If in his life a person trades dishonestly, It does many other things. That which, for example, the prophet, the last prophet,
Yes.
the greatest of people, prohibited. So what could be done in such a case? Yet, a person had such a job. He was involved in trade. What the ALLATRA offered was 20%. Just like in life, you have to spend 20%. In the same way here, you have to give 20% of your attention, the equivalent of attention, and then you get peace. Question: where and how was it spent? It was actually spent on sustaining those who were engaged to 100%, almost 100%. Well, 100% is impossible. But at least 90 to 95% of their attention was spent on life and on serving the spiritual world here. Exactly on its interests. That percentage was spent solely on them. In this way, it was all compensated. So it suits the spiritual world because everything is fair. And it suits the system, everything is fair. In other words, everything was on parity, and a person attained peace. For this very reason, since that time and up to this day, if a person does something very good for the spiritual world, which contributes, let's say, to implementation or advancement of certain things that, I'll put it carefully, are beneficial to the spiritual world here, in this dead world, a person automatically receives, well, let's say,
peace?
Peace for sure.
Yes, people had the true knowledge of how to help the dead, but with the time the primordial knowledge was distorted and lost, and the next renewal of the primordial knowledge happened already in the times of the Templars, which gave birth to the order itself. The knowledge was about the true nature of a human and the possibility of his spiritual development. Naturally, there was also a renewal of knowledge of how to alleviate the plight of the dead who had not become angels during their lifetime, how they could gain peace and not go to hell.
And I already talked in one of the videos about the ALLATRA, when a long time ago, the tithe and the double tithe were introduced, right? If a person who left an inheritance was normal, well, an ordinary person who neither served God nor paid attention to the devil, just a person, let's say, of the consumerist format, then it's better to give the tithe before the 9th day, before the 10th, let's say, the 9th day inclusive, so that this subpersonality gains peace. Then a person can safely use this flower. Well, there is again a nuance here. You and I already discussed that, but I'll repeat it. If a person used to cheat, he was deceitful. You know?
He gave short weight.
Right.
Right, he cheated in measuring, which is forbidden in Islam.
He used to give short measure at the market. I'll put it this way. He profiteered dishonestly. Then it's already a double tithe. This is even reflected in the Torah. And this tithe has been known about since the pre-Sumerian times, meaning this is something that was introduced by the ALLATRA when the creative world began to collapse and to turn already into a consumerist format. In order to help people, we explained that. We won't repeat ourselves. People will watch. This right was given to the ALLATRA. But excuse me, who were the ALLATRA? They were truly saints. Why? Because they lived by God, by the spiritual world, by serving Him, and that's all. They spent 95% of their attention on generating love, on its development. Those were truly holy people. The last tithe, I'll put it this way, which really worked, was in the first circles. Let's call them so, of the Knights Templar, or they can even be called those very ALLATRA at that time. Yes, this really worked. What about afterwards? Yes, the tithe and the double tithe remained.
After all, there is a tradition to donate property of the deceased to temples.
But this tradition is actually, of course, even property was donated.
Right, so that it would be cleansed somehow.
But why did they donate property? Friends, excuse me. Now I will continue this topic a little bit, and then I'll come back to the previous one. For understanding, Tatiana has just mentioned that all the property of a deceased person was donated to temples. Why did this take place? Because if a person had the blood of other people on his hands, hands, if he was in some position, gave orders, and by his orders other people's lives were taken, then a person who profiteered, I emphasize, from other people's lives, he cannot be ransomed in any way or by anyone. It's a sentence. So, to avoid taking this sin on oneself, whatever property he had, it was all actually passed to the ALLATRA. But in this case, to the ALLATRA who were with the Knights Templar. Whereas, in the days of, let's say, the ancient ALLATRA, this property was given to them, and they simply distributed it among the community. That is, when the ALLATRA get it, they break the chain. Why? Because they really serve God, and neither any curse nor any subpersonality or any dead person can reach them. As for what they do with it, this is their right. In other words, they could grant it, give it away, and do whatever they wanted with it.
But the knowledge of the Templars after the destruction of the order was literally immediately distorted. During the epoch of the papacy, there was the so-called Might of St. Peter, a certain levy to the Holy See. It came even to such absurdity that in the 12th century, the papacy invented and introduced special patents, indulgence. It originates from the Latin word indulgentia, which means mercy, according to which, for a certain amount of money paid to the Pope's treasury, a human was granted a certificate about absolution of a certain sin, or even a permission to commit any crime or sin. So in fact, it was an open trade with crimes through the Holy See, whereas the so-called in the Middle Ages fixed rate existed for everything, starting from various types of murdery, finishing with incest, sinful cohabitation, etc. There are such facts in the book History of the Papacy by Samuel Lozinski. If anyone kills his father, mother, brother, sister, wife, or generally any relative, he will be cleansed from the sin and the crime if he pays 6 grosz. Incest was valued at 4 livres tournois, sodomy and bestiality at 36 livres tournois, and so on. This is the absurdity to which the thirst for power and profit of those in power and the ignorance of masses can lead. Is this what our prophets taught us? In India, there is an inscription on the Buland Darwaza, the Grand Gateway. It says, Isa, Jesus, son of Mary, said, "The world is a bridge, pass over it, but build no houses upon it. He who hopes for a day may hope for eternity. The world endures but an hour, spend it in prayer, for the rest is unseen." The holiest place, the place of power, is in a human himself. It is his soul. One doesn't have to pay money, perform rituals, or travel to holy places for spiritual salvation. If all these theatrical activities and excursions facilitated spiritual salvation, everyone would have been holy long ago. To be a human, to live for the sake of highest spiritual goals, to render all possible help to people, are the true values which might be gained in this world, and to pass away with them to the eternity. Everything in this world has its beginning and end, but only for those who gain the highest by their thoughts and deeds, the end turns to the beginning.
While I thought I was learning how to live, I have been learning how to die. Leonardo da Vinci. All men think, all men are mortal, but themselves. Edward Young. It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. Marcus Aurelius. Live, remembering how short life is. Quintus Horatius Flaccus.
Imagine that you don't have much time left to live. How will you spend those days? What will you do? Will you go to work? To the cinema? Will you cook dinner? Probably you'll want to do something you wanted to do for a long time. Maybe you dreamed of a trip to the sea. You'll leave all the ordinary, everything that has been part of your everyday life for years. You'll go to listen to the sound of the surf. Watch the sun touching the horizon. And then a moment of real life may manifest. In a drop of a sea breeze that has fallen on your skin, the whole world will unfold. As in this moment now, when inside there is the depth of the soul, like a boundless ocean, and the aspiration for home, for eternity. Everything is simple. Everything is inside you.
Yes, this is real life. Life in love. The most important thing is to feel it in oneself, and having met it, to stay forever united with this breath of eternity.
When a person is liberated, when he becomes free and already leaves this, so to say, mundane life, does he remember what happened here? Or is there only the feeling of love and that's it? And there is no, let's say, memory of what happened here?
Yes, there is a tremendous feeling of love, an understanding of cause and effect, relations of the entire world structure. I emphasize, not only of this universe and not only of this life. Does he remember his life? Yes, every moment, I emphasize. Moreover, he remembers it not only the way we remember, okay? But he remembers even a breath of light wind, even the voice of every bird, and even the work of every cell. It's a different world. He remembers everything, while subpersonality merely remembers every instant of its life, each of them. Everything that you remember, my friend, what you remember is what will remain, if, God forbid, Satan overcomes you. Yet if God helps, and you have enough courage and love, and you become an angel, you will remember everything. And you will even remember this moment. Only you will perceive it differently and understand it better. Not the way you understand it now, by your consciousness. That's how simple everything is.
Je to naozaj také
Yes,
jednoduché.
indeed. How simple everything is. We complicate things ourselves. How important it is to answer the question, who am I? And why did I come into this world? We ourselves choose how to live, and then we are responsible for it. With knowledge, people have an opportunity to make a conscious choice, because in life, the quality of the life moments is much more important than meaningless use of existence.
Yes, everything is simple, and the greatest treasure is within us. It's time to know the truth. It's important to understand that we are writing a clean copy of the story of our life, and we will not get another chance to rewrite it. So it's very important to have the knowledge to make a conscious choice and grow the love for God. It's time to know the truth.
Dear viewers, we ourselves did not expect how extensive the topic of sacred buildings would be. We are pleased to inform you that we will meet again in a month's of time to continue our research. In the third part of this episode, we will talk about the mysteries of crystals and how they can be used. We will learn what the Kaaba and Saint Sophia Cathedral in Kiev have in common, and we will try to answer the question of where the holiest place is. See you soon on March 13th.
Our Kaleidoscope of Facts has come to an end, and before saying goodbye, I would like to thank the scientists and experts who have shared their research with us. Our thanks go to our friendly team of volunteers who make it possible to realize such projects. Thank you to the speakers, technical support team, translators, simultaneous interpreters, designers, scriptwriters, research team, video editors, all those involved in making this episode possible. We wish you all the best, friends.